stay in without registration, please. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Good morning once again. We are almost starting, and I want now to take this opportunity to welcome our children who will give us
a presentation on modern dance and traditional dance.
Thank you. A presentation on modern dance and traditional dance. Welcome. Thank you. And we want to recognize the presence of all our partners. All our partners. I know we'll get that opportunity to recognize your presence later on, even as you'll be giving us remarks. But let me take an early lead in recognizing all our partners for supporting this event and for being present here today. And we cannot forget the children who are actually the ones we are planning for. And even this convening main objective is just prevention, and prevention about harmful practices. And this learning convening has been organized as one of the most important events this year. And one of those important events, again, in the calendar of State Department for Children's Services, and you know it now, that we would always wish that this learning convening proceeds either yearly or biannually or even quarterly. But we are proud of what is happening here today. So welcome, team. We have not started officially, but I just wanted to prepare us and alert us about that. Thank you. And our guests are just around. So when they're done, then we'll be able to start in earnest. Karibuni sana, and we are looking forward to a very successful conversation, meaningful conversation, and actually some call to action at the end of it all. Karibuni. Asante. Watoto mko wapi? Karibuni.
Yes, good morning. So my name is Alex Ouma. We are here from Mathare North. These are kids from Mathare North, which there is a library there called Maisa. And in Maisa, we do various activities apart from reading and learning. We also do drama activities like modern dance. We have traditional poem and all those things. So here, our name is Big Dream Africa Drama Group from Maisa, Mathare North Library. And we are here to entertain you. Yes, we are welcome.
Who are viewing? Give them.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Aliyejenga Kenya ni mtu mwenye heshima, mtu mwenye heshima, mtu mwenye heshima zake.
Bantule, Bantule, Hapana,
Hapana,
Banta,
Banta,
Ajaiva,
Tosengi Zambia Bambola, Tosengi Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Ibaya yoyo.
Tosengi, Zambia Bambola, Tosengi, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola,
Tosengi Zambia Bambola, Tosengi Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Libala yoyo.
Tosengi, Zambia Bambola, Tosengi,
Zambia
Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola, Zambia Bambola.
Dance, dance.
Twaomba Mungu abariki, twaomba Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki nyakati zote.
Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki.
Twaomba Mungu abariki, twaomba Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki, Mungu abariki nyakati zote.
Twaomba Mungu abariki,
Mwanambuzi me kamlilia mama we, kamwambia kwea mlima wa mawe. Hey. Mwanambuzi me kamlilia mama we, hey, mwanambuzi me kamlilia mama we, kamwambia kwea mlima wa mawe. Kwea mlima wa mawe, kamwambia kwea mlima wa kwea mlima wa mawe, kamwambia kwea mlima wa mawe. Ero waroge
tuko hapa leo. Sisi wana maisha tuko hapa leo. Pambana pamoja kwa tumbuiza. Sherekea utamaduni yo. Tamaduni zetu za Kiafrika. Sherekea. Tingisha MC. Mama naitoya. Mama naitoya. Mama naitoya. Sawa, hai. Hizi tunadasuka na papa na tutoke. Mabuyu wengi sisi. After. Tuingiane after nyinyi ndio mnaingia. Sisi tutaingia baadaye. Bora hai. Mbele namna ng'ombe zangu. Nikimwambia changanye hataki namna enda zangu. Shemeji ana ng'ombe leo namna ng'ombe zangu. Nikimwambia changanye hataki nami naenda zangu. Tumeshiba. Tuna dance.
endo hiyo, erero rero, esedo sedo, eya, eya, we nyando nyando tena nyando, nyando tena nyando, ai, twende ai, mama we, mama we, hamsini, nyando tena nyando, we nyando tena nyando, ai, wasugue ai. Waroge hapo mbele bana.
Thank you very much. You are coming back, so don't go away. Just take that interlude and then come back. Thank you. Nice music. Thank you once again. Our guests have arrived. We are waiting for the chief guest. And today is going to be a very nice day. I don't want to tell you the gossip. I would want to wait till you see with your own eyes. But we have members of parliament, not a member, but members of parliament. We have our PS, we'll have our cabinet secretary, and we have also Ngek. And as when I see also several organizations and our partners, and most importantly our children, then I know it's going to be a very nice day. So this is generally the way the day is going to look like. When the guests arrive and we start off, we are going to have a national anthem and East African anthem. Just one stanza. That will be followed up by a prayer. Then after the prayer, Then after the prayer, we are going to have our child guest who is going to give us some remarks. That will be followed by Madam Asenath Mithiga, the Deputy Director, Movement Building, Brave Movement. Then it will be followed by UNICEF. And then will be followed by Chairperson, National Gender and Equality Commission. Then we'll have an overview of the learning convening. What is it and why? Then we'll have key remarks from the Chairperson, Parliamentary Caucus on Children, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who has been accompanied by a colleague. Then we'll have some welcoming remarks from our Principal Secretary. Then we'll have the official opening session conducted and presided over by our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Hannah Wendot Cheptumo. The first session today, and which will be a very engaging session, will be a session for children. And the children voices, they will say what they see and what they want. And will be conducted by children, and the participants will be children in that panel discussion. The session 2 then will be about survivor testimony, the journey from harm to hope. Just hear those words, very encouraging words. Then after tea break, we'll be able to have another panel discussion on accountability and action. And key to this is Dr. Chichi Udie from Population Council, Joseph Baraza from Ministry of Health, Madam Ann Kangede from State Department from Children's Services, Dr. Meltem Agduk, Madam Pauline Nyokabi, and Mr. Jackson Onyando. And this will be moderated by Madam Esther Kirigo, and will also be a very engaging one. We'll have again another health break, that is lunch break, and then after that, we'll have 2 sessions that will follow on pathways and prosecution of harmful practices, and then the last session for the day, beyond prevalence, closing the program data gap on harmful practices in Kenya. So that would be the way the day will look at. And then tomorrow we'll also have another good day, and then day 3. And it will be a successful conference. So I want to once again welcome you. Today I'll do it several times until we officially open the session. Is when I'll stop using that word welcome. So feel welcome today. And we are looking forward to this nice day. Again, let me recognize the presence of persons from Turkana County. Turkana High. Wow, good. Let me also recognize presence from Samburu County. Samburu High. Wow. And Madam Ann is wondering, where is Kajiado County? Kajiado, where are you? Wow, they are present here. And West Pokot, where are you in the house? West Pokot is there. Well, where is West Pokot? West Pokot, I've only seen one. And he's telling me there are others there. Oh, they are there. Oh, good, very good. Oh, West Pokot, welcome. Thank you very much. Marsabit, where are you? Wow, Marsabit County, very good. Whom have I left behind? Whom have I left behind again? Huh? Oh, Nairobi County. Nairobi County. For them, it is digital practices. Oh, harmful digital. Okay, harmful practices. Nairobi County, you are also here. Thank you very much, and I want to welcome all the children again. I'm Toto News. Habari zenu. Habari zenu. Wow, they are smiling. Asante sana. And our Meru County, why did I leave you? Yeah, the whole of Central. And I've seen their seniors there. I don't want to mention his name. Bwana Mugo Karibu. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if I've left you by mistake, know that I will get time generally to welcome you. Thank you very much once again. Let's wait for them. And I want to request the operator to give us some nice music. Thank you.
wenye nchi Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele.
This is a reminder again. We are requesting those who have not registered, please ensure that you register at the tent just outside there, adjacent to the tables for food. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Unajua, as Africans, kimya kingi inasemekana kina mshindo. Kimya kingi kina mshindo. Yeah, so my name is Halima Sarah Adan. I work for Plan International Kenya as the Child Rights and Safeguarding Advisor. So I just told our team here from the State Department, instead of us just remaining silent, and we know we have a program in front of us as we wait for the key guests, we can refresh ourselves in just trying to catch up and understand the concept of harmful practices within our country. Is that okay? So I don't know if there's a child MC who can assist me in passing the mic to the tables. So as a country, we are convening here for the National Learning Convening on Preventing and Response to Harmful Practices Affecting Children in Kenya. So I just want to hear from us. What are these harmful practices that are legally recognized within our country? Yeah, do we have an extra mic? Anyone? What do we understand by the term harmful practice? Si tumeamka asubuhi tukaanza safari ya kuja Safari Park. So who can tell us briefly your understanding of the term harmful practice? We are all learning. So any volunteer? Or I just speak? Yes. Let me just speak on us. So just tell us briefly your understanding of the word harmful practice.
Thank you. Well, when you talk of harmful cultural practice, they are well defined even in the Children Act. But basically, we talk about things like beating of girl children and tying them to marriageability. Then we talk of even forced male circumcision. We talk of child marriage. We talk of even violence against children, where sometimes, like where I come from, you'll find that some punishment involves chaining of children as a way of punishment. Of course, there is the underlined FGM and, of course, many others. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So any other form of harmful practice that he has not mentioned? Thank you so much. This table, I see we are all busy. Any volunteer? Any harmful practice that has not been mentioned? I know you just walked in. Let's have those who are seated, madam. Which ones has he mentioned? Child marriage, yes.
I don't know whether he mentioned girl child beating.
Thank you so much. Which other form of harmful practice?
FGM.
FGM stands for?
Female genital mutilation. Let me hand you asked first, what is harmful practices? This is the practice which endangers the well-being of a human being. May it be a child or human or grown-up. It might be what the children's officer has analyzed, but it endangers the well-being of human being. Thank you. Both psychologically, socially, and physically.
Thank you so much. She has tried to summarize the form of abuses that will automatically affect that child in case a child, be it a boy or a girl, undergoes harmful practice. My co-moderator, you can pass the mic on that table. So come to the legal frameworks that we have in the country that addresses harmful practices. So which kind of legal framework are we able to mention or cite? Madam, you had an input, maybe you can raise as we reflect on the existing legal frameworks.
So I will start by appreciating the ones who have just mentioned, but we still have some hidden cultural practices, one of them being gum cutting. They say they are removing plastics from the mouth, and it's happened to the infants below 1 year. For if they have delayed, maybe these 2 teeth are taking so long, so they will say, so we are removing plastics. Also tongue cutting, in the name of you won't get to have tonsils. They are still happening, but if you go to our constitution, they are not yet identified in that constitution. And also intersex mutilation, whereby I was expecting a girl, right now they have 2 sex. So I'd have to go for surgery and remove the one that I didn't expect. So that's just an addition to what people have just shared. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And in the any organization or anyone from the Northeastern to speak on the existing harmful practice that is unspoken? Do we have any organization or anyone from the North? Yes. Thank you so much. So let me hand over the mic to our MC, Mike. Thank you, Mark, sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again, Sarah. Our guests are now coming, but they will start with the exhibition. So just a few of us, maybe who would want to accompany them. A few of us, maybe you will be allowed to also trail from behind. Karibuni sana. Thank you.
hizo agenda ziko wapi zenye tunapatia wakubwa? Unaona mikono zao.
Ajo, naweza imanye nilimba. Ya kuchangamsha je. Kano maua kanatora hunjira. Kano maua kanatora hunjira. Kanatora hunjira. Kana maua kanatora hunjira. Kana maua kanatora hunjira. Kana maua kanatora hunjira. Kana maua kanatora. Ubafuare wageni wefwe maua. Ubafuare wageni wefwe maua. Ubafuare Shamfale mwana wefwe maua. Shamfale mwana wefwe maua. Shamfale mwana wefwe maua. Shamfale mwana wefwe maua. Kana maua kanatora hunjira. Kana maua kanatora hunjira. Kana maua kanatora hunjira. Kana maua kanatora hunjira. Shamfale mwana wefwe maua. Shamfale mwana wefwe maua. Ubafuare wageni wefwe maua. Ubafuare wageni wefwe maua. Kunyosole kisakale kiamula kilima la mulamu. Kunyosole
Thank you very much, Madare Youth Sports Association, for that good entertainment. To our guests, we welcome you. But before we move forward, I want to ask the operator for the national anthem, then prayer, please. Thank you very much. Let's remain standing. I want to welcome Madam Anne to pray for us.
Let us believe and pray. Father in heaven, we come before thy throne of grace this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We praise and lift your name on high, O Father, for the gift of life, O Father. We thank you for this opportunity you have given us, O Lord, to converge and discuss issues that surround our children, O Father. We pray that you will guide us and that you will be with us, that you will give us insights on how better to protect our children, O Father, in this nation. Thank you for the leadership that is with us here, O Lord, and we thank you for each and every person that is represented here, O Father. We give all glory and honor even as we continue to do this work, O Jehovah God. We pray this believing and trusting in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. Let's take our seats. We once again welcome our guests. But I want to give this opportunity again to Madare Youth Sports Association Entertainment Group to give us one item before we start in earnest. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Madare Youth. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Waongeze tena. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madare Youth. Thank you very much. Wow, thank you. That was nice and engaging. Our guests, Madam PS, Madam Honorable Millie Odhiambo, our child gets Shala Lenea, our guest CEO Ngek, Karibu Sana. And to all our partners, we still welcome you for today's engagement. Madam, if you give me this opportunity, I want to introduce for you the team. They will just be upstanding when I mention them, and let me start with Nairobi County. Nairobi County, can you stand and wave, please? Wow, good. Then we have Meru County. We have also participants from Meru County. Meru County, where are you? Please be upstanding. Thank you very much. Samburu County, please. Can you stand so that our guests see you? Thank you very much. We have also West Pokot County. Thank you very much, West Pokot. And then we have Marsabit County. Wow. We have also Kajiado County. Kajiado, please. Wow, thank you very much. Then we have Turkana County. Turkana County, I know they are also with us here. Thank you. Then we have also Mombasa County. Mombasa, where are you? Thank you very much. And to all our guests, we want to welcome you. So, Madam PS, those are the participants from all those counties, and we welcome them. Kiambu County, where are you? Oh, sorry. Kiambu County. Laikipia County. Migori County. Kilifi County. Narok County. Wow, this is nice. Thank you very much. So we have covered almost the 13 counties. I thank you very much. Without so much ado, I want to start by welcoming our child guest today to give us her remarks. So we welcome Madam Shala Lenea Bilombele. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, leaders, and friends. Saseni, my name is Lenia Bilombele Shala, and I'm happy to be here. I'm speaking on the honor of millions of refugee children in Africa who see harmful practices happening around them, even when adults choose to see and excuse them. In our communities, some practices continue quietly in homes. Others are justified as culture, tradition, or even faith. Yet, these practices hurt children. They hurt our bodies, they hurt our minds, and they hurt our dreams. Some boys are forced into gold circumcision. They are forced to be circumcised. Some girls are forced into early marriages. But culture should not be used as a reason to hurt a child, right? Right? As children, we want to grow up protected, supported, and listened to. We want adults to hear our fears and not dismiss them. We want schools, communities, and leaders to protect and create space where children can speak safely and where harmful practices are stopped before they start. My hope for this convening is the voice of will guide learning and commitment made here. What children share today is not only our own experience, it's what any other child would wish to say if they had this lovely opportunity. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be heard, and thank you to choosing to listen. God bless you.
Wow, wow. Another round of applause. Thank you very much, our guest, Shala. May God bless you for those nice words. I want to now welcome Ms. Asenath Mwithiga. Madam Asenath is the Deputy Director, Movement Building, that is the Brave Movement, also to give us some remarks. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Honorable Madam Anna Cheptumo, the CS Ministry for Gender, Culture and Children's Services, Madam Karen Ngengo, the PS State Department for Children's Services, Madam Millie Odhiambo, the Member of Parliament and Chairperson Parliamentary Caucus on Children, the CEO GEC, the UN representatives, other government officials present, civil society colleagues, lived experience experts, children, young people, and all stakeholders present today. Good morning. Good morning. On behalf of the Brave Movement, it is an honor to join you in this national learning convening on ending harmful practices affecting children. I want to thank the government of Kenya and the State Department for Children's Services for creating this platform where we can learn, we can reflect, and we can take action together. We gather at a decisive moment when global momentum to protect children has never been stronger. At the global level, Kenya joined other governments in endorsing the Bogota Global Ministerial Commitments, calling for scaled-up prevention, survivor-centered responses, increased domestic funding or financing, and stronger accountability. These commitments reflect a shared pledge to close the gap between strong laws and meaningful protection for children. This global direction was reinforced at the recent G20 summit, hosted for the very first time on African soil under the leadership of His Excellency President Ramaphosa. For the first time, the world's major economies recognized children's rights as central to global governance. The establishment of Children 20 affirmed a new global standard. Policies for children must be matched with financing for children, which is political will backed by economic commitments. Across the continent, the African Union is advancing a long-term vision to create an Africa fit for children by the year 2040. Through the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child, the Africa Union is implementing Africa's agenda for the Children 2040, which includes a clear aspiration to end all forms of violence and harmful practices against children. Kenya has shown readiness to lead within this global and continental agenda. His Excellency President William Ruto has consistently affirmed that safeguarding children is a national priority and that the government is committed to ensuring their protection and their well-being. This national direction was further reinforced by the contribution of Madam PS at the G20 Roundtable on financing safe digital futures, demonstrating Kenya's determination to advance this agenda. But leadership and commitment must now translate into national acceleration. Kenya has a strong legal framework, including the Children Act of the year 2022, yet harmful practices continue to persist. This reflects a structural truth. Laws alone cannot succeed without sustained investment, a trauma-informed workforce, and strong systems at the community level. The challenge is not vision, it is implementation at scale. This is why the Brave movement launched the Third Richest Nation campaign to reframe violence against children as an economic crisis as it is. Globally, violence against children costs economies an estimated $7 trillion every year. Therefore, investing in prevention is not charity. It is a strategic investment in Kenya's economic and social future. As we prepare for the second Global Ministerial Conference next year that will be held in the Philippines, Kenya has an opportunity to demonstrate accelerated action by aligning national financing with its commitments, by strengthening coordination across ministries and counties, and by placing survivors and youth leadership at the center of its national decision-making. Because survivors and young people are not just stakeholders, they are the co-architects of the solutions. As Joy, a child representative of the Children 20, reminded the world, if you plan for children without us, you are planning against us. This is why our call to action as the Brave movement is unequivocal. Kenya should establish a National Survivor Council, a permanent, well-supported, survivor-led body that informs policy direction, budget allocation, implementation, and accountability. Survivors should not just be consulted at the periphery, they must shape the national architecture of child protection. The Brave movement stands ready to support the government of Kenya in delivering the Bogota commitments, advancing Africa Agenda for Children 2040, accelerating national actions, and ensuring that every child in Kenya grows up free from fear, harm, and harmful practices. Thank you, and I look forward to discussions and to building this path forward together. Asante.
That's not good enough. Another one. Another one again. Thank you very much, Madam Asenath. Survivors should not only be consulted at the periphery, but they should shape the national architecture for child protection. I think those words will ring a bell in our minds till we leave this forum. I want now to welcome Jack, who will speak on behalf of Madam Eri Matthews, the Chief of Child Protection at UNICEF. Karibu sana.
Madam PS Karen Agengo, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who is our ally for children for a long, long time, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, our fellow children and friends, good morning. I'm here on behalf of UNICEF Kenya, and UNICEF Kenya is a real partner to the State Department. And so allow us to start by congratulating the President for creating a standalone State Department for children. We missed this State Department, and Madam Karen, you've done justice. We see you. We see the issue of children in Kenya. So it is an honor to join you today at this National Learning and Convening on preventing and responding to harmful practices affecting children in Kenya, under the theme, Accelerating Action to End Harmful Practices Affecting Children in Kenya. And we are here to reflect, learn, connect, and act. And we also have a hashtag, Keeping Children Safe. UNICEF's commitment, and at UNICEF we believe that every child has the right to grow up from violence, exploitation, and harmful practices, whether these harmful practices are visible or hidden, whether they are traditional or emerging. And that is why we work very closely with this State Department and other State departments like the Anti-FGM board. Our collaboration with the government has been on issues around policy. We've supported the enactment of the new Children Act, the Prohibition of FGM Act 2011, and the Marriage Act 2014. We also work with government to build capacity of frontline workers, those people who are mentioned from Samburu, Marsabit. We have training packages for them that strengthens the social service workforce. Aside from that, we also work with the grassroots women-led organizations in 11 counties, right from Mandera up in the north to Migori in Kuria and West Pokot. Some of the recent achievements between UNICEF and the State Department includes an investment case that we have together developed with government that looks at public financing of this sector and also looks at what we require in terms of social service workforce. And Madam PS, we are glad that we are already using that investment case to lobby for additional resources, including in Parliament. And we're hopeful that we can see additional resources coming to the State Department in subsequent budgets. Despite this progress that we've made, moving FGM from 21% to 15%, and child marriage from 23% to 13%, we still have very huge regional disparities in the country. We have counties in this country where FGM practice is universal. 95% of girls still undergoing the cut, or where child marriage is at 40–50%. So as we celebrate the progress that we've made nationally, we have pockets of our country that if we don't address will still drag this progress that we have made. So we still continue to pledge to work with the State Department on meeting the Bogota commitments, which UNICEF has been supporting right from the beginning. And part of this conference will be also looking at some of the progress that the country has made. So as I close, our call to action is, Honorable Millie, please help us in Parliament to get additional resources for this new baby, State Department for Children Services. We've done some bit of work in showing the costs of inaction. How much will the economy suffer if we don't put resources in this State Department? The second thing is we're also pleading that you can help us to get additional resources for additional workforce. We have, I think, around 600 plus children officers in this country. Some sub-counties only have one child protection officer. So if we could have additional resources for workforce, that would be great. And then finally, we're calling for an all-government approach. And you can witness it here. We have GEC, we have Ministry of Health, we have the Anti-FGM Board working together. As we speak now, Madam PS, we are responding with a multilateral government team in Korea because of reported or reports of potential cutting during this long school holiday. So our call is that the government can work holistically, and we can also get support, from other government departments, especially on law enforcement, because the law exists, but sometimes we face some challenges in that. Together we can protect every child and build a safer future for our children. Together with strong partnerships and renewed urgency, we will succeed. Thank you.
I said that is not good enough again, but we can try. Once more, thank you very much, Jack. Together, and together we can build a safer place for our children. Let me now take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Angina, who will speak on behalf of the Chairperson, National Gender and Equality Commission, also to give her remarks. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you so much. The PS CPA Karen Agengo, the MP and Chairperson of Parliamentary Caucus on Children, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, my other colleagues in government, friends in the civil society, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before I read the speech from my chairperson, allow me to say 3 things about myself. Is that for the last many years I've been obsessed with values and life skills. I've studied a lot on matters of respect, collaboration, problem solving, self-awareness, because I believe they have a way of solving many of the problems we are facing. I authored a book, and I'm happy that some universities are using it with other people who we worked closely with in support of the competence-based education. I'm also a strong believer lately on patriotism, because I believe if you're patriotic to your people and to your country, you're going to do what is right. And I don't know whether we should run a campaign on patriotism, because I strongly believe it has a way of bringing back us to where we need to be. But my truth is that I'm also a feminist, a person who believes that both men and women need to sit in the decision-making table. And probably that is why I'm the CEO of the National Gender and Equality Commission, and we remain committed to that both men and women should be in the decision-making table. I'm delighted to join you for this very important National Learning Convening, focusing on preventing and responding to harmful practices affecting children in Kenya. We are all gathered here this morning to put our collective efforts towards safeguarding the innocence, dignity, safety, and future of our children, which have far too long been stolen by harmful practices against children. As a commission entrusted with upholding equality and human dignity for all persons, and especially of our special interest group, including children, we remain deeply concerned about the persistence of harmful practices such as FGM, child marriage, child trafficking, corporal punishments in schools, and other forms of abuse that undermine the rights and dignity of children. These practices not only violate our constitution and national laws, but they also rob our children of their potential and continuously perpetuate cycles of poverty, inequality, and discrimination, and therefore creating a barrier to national development. This convening today, for me and for us as a commission, we see it as an opportunity to strengthen coordination among duty bearers and reinforce accountability for the protection of every child. It is an opportunity to strategize and draw a roadmap towards shifting mindset and transforming institutions to respond to our children's needs and to protect them and their future. It is a moment to reflect on lessons learned along the way, identify the gaps that exist, and strengthen the multisectoral approach needed to completely eradicate these harmful practices. Kenya as a country is not short of legal and policy framework, including we have the Constitution 2010, Article 53 on the rights of children, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, the Children Act 2022, the Marriage Act 2014, and other relevant legislation that all provide a strong base for protecting children and outlawing harmful practices. Well, progress has been made for many years. There's need for coordinated action to accelerate progress. There's need to create a more robust system of law enforcement while strengthening community-led solutions. There's also need to adequate resource the child protection, and I believe the speaker before me spoke to that if you have a directorate with no resources, then how do you expect them to deliver? We need to ensure that we put enough resources where it matters. There is also need for us to focus on survivor-centered. The children who have gone through female genital mutilation, the children who have gotten children when they are young or forced into marriages. We were just discussing with the PS the data that was released recently, saying that 240,000 of our children became pregnant last year. I don't know what we made out of that data. It was sad. I even called the CEO to confirm that it is true. It was not the media exaggerating, and he sent me the data. And looking at the data and the unsaid stories, probably, because I got many insights from the data, is something that as a country we must think deeply. Is a school re-entry a solution? If you take a child back to school who has gotten a child, what does that mean? And we know that the first 1,000 days are the most important for every child. So what happens to the child who was left at home? What measures are we taking to protect the mother child and the child that was left with a grandmother or with another caregiver? So there are many things that we must look deeply as a country and as a nation, and ask our questions, the most uncomfortable questions. The National Gender and Equality Commission remains committed to its mandate of monitoring and ensuring compliance with the principles of equality and non-discrimination for all persons. We continue working with partners to advance child protection initiatives, address inequalities that fuel harmful practices, and advocate for the rights of every child, especially those in vulnerable and marginalized communities. As we deliberate today, let us reaffirm that safeguarding children is our shared responsibility. We must not work in silos, but rather put efforts together to ensure that the voices of our children are heard and that they are safe in their homes, schools, and communities. Ending harmful practices is not just a policy priority, it is a moral obligation. If we fail to protect our children, we fail the future of this country. Thank you so much. From our chairperson, thank you.
Wow. Say wow. Wow. Thank you, madam. Kenya is not short of legal frameworks. And then there's need for coordinated action, and there's need to resource child protection. I could have closed my ears for the first two and say there's need for resourcing child protection. Let me now take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Mwambi, who will now take it over from here. Thank you, sir.
The chief guest, our PS, CPA Karen Agengo, Honorable Miri Odiambo, MP for Super, CEO Ngek, the chair guest, Madam Shara, the acting secretary for Children Services, representative from UNICEF, CSOs and PPOs, my fellow colleagues, good morning. I think I take this opportunity first of all to welcome you to this learning convening, being the first one in our country. And as we begin this national learning convening on preventing and responding to harmful practices affecting children, allow me to share what we will collectively focus and cover within the 3 days from today until Thursday. This convening brings us together to reflect on where we are as a country, to examine the realities children continue to face in our country, and to strengthen the systems and partnerships that must protect our children. It is a moment for honest dialogue, shared learning, and renewed commitment to national action. Over the next 3 days, we will hear directly from our children and the survivors, whose voices reminds us that this work is urgent. It could have begun yesterday, not today. They have waited enough. We will also engage with experts, frontline officers, community leaders, workers, youth representatives, county teams. I think you saw them when they stood here, development partners, who are all contributing to the response towards ending harmful practices in our country. Their insights will help us as a country to understand what is working well, where progress is uneven, because all our counties are not at the same place, and what approaches need to be strengthened so that we move forward as a nation, as one nation. We will look closely at the harmful practices that are widely known. For example, female genital mutilation. We have child marriages, and among many others. And as those that remain hidden or unmentioned or unreported, but they are there. I think the child case says it is happening and people are very quiet about it. They are not mentioned, but they are there and they are affecting our children. This includes understanding how harmful practices are evolving. They are changing, they are mutating. How children are affected in different contexts and how communities are responding as these issues come up. We will also examine the effectiveness of our justice system, justice pathways, health responses, social and child protection mechanisms in place, and community-based prevention efforts, which each community has done to make sure that our children are not affected by an harmful practice. Throughout the convening period, the 3 days, we will write practical innovations emerging from counties, communities, youth networks, and many of these approaches are already demonstrating impact and over useful direction for scaling, replication, and national running. Where we get their better practices, would we copy them, not pasting, but we make sure they are better. Faith and cultural leaders will also share perspectives on how community norms, even religious norms, can shift to protect children. I think the child speaker, the guest speaker from the children community said it. People say they are doing whatever they are doing because their religion demands so. Our final day, that's the 3rd day, we will focus on consolidating commitments and strengthening coordination, and we will reflect on Kenya's national, regional, and global obligations, including the outcomes where Kenya has pledged to do a lot of things like the famous first global interministerial meeting on ending violence against children, which we held in Bogota last year in November. And consider how this guides our next steps as a nation. Development partners will share investment priorities to support more aligned action. We will then conclude with agreed recommendations as a nation to guide policy development, programming, and collaboration so that we move forward as a nation. This convening is important because it brings every voice to the table. Every voice to the table. Everybody is here. You have heard from the 13, those Asar counties, they are here, we call them the hotspots. It will also allow us to connect evidence with practice, elevate the community experience, and ensure that the children's perspectives remain central, what we call child participation. We must involve them. We should not talk about them without them. I think that's why they are here. Most importantly, it positions us to advance the implementation of the Children Act, Cap 141, and accelerate national progress towards ending harmful practices in relation to other pledges already we have met. As we begin, I encourage all delegates to engage actively, listen openly, and contribute to the shared running that will shape the next phase of our work. As the theme says, accelerating action to end harmful practices affecting children in our beloved country, Kenya. Thank you and welcome for this convening meeting. I take this opportunity to welcome the Acting Secretary, Mr. Peter Kabwagi, to take off from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mwambi. The PS, Madam Karen Agengo, CPA, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, Member of Parliament, Bita, and also the Minority Whip in the National Assembly. We also have CEO from various organizations, NGEC, all the CSO. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning again. Yes, my name is Kabuage Peter GK from the State Department for Children's Services. I'm sitting on the seat of the secretary for now. What I'll have to say, I don't want to deliver on what has been said, because what I would have said has been said by the earlier speakers. But I'll say that what has brought us here is to ensure that we bring all persons who deals with the issues of children, from the children officer, We also need to bring together the NGAOs, that is from the administration. We also need to bring together the social workers that deals with the children and all the organizations that deals with the children so that we can deliberate on this issue of harmful practices. These harmful practices happens, it may be happening or it is happening in some other areas, it is pronounced. But in other areas, it is silent, it is hidden, it is not spoken. We would also like to ensure that, and I will request maybe next time when we are organizing such a meeting, we go further and see where can we capture. Because we know that our children use the public service vehicles when they are going to schools. And a lot is happening there, Madam PS. We have very high music playing on those vehicles with very high decibels, which can also be harmful to children. That one also needs to be brought on board. We also would like to ensure that we look at what is happening or what is working and what is not working, so that we can synergize our efforts together and come up with a good program going forward. We would also like to look at the gaps that are there within us, within our organizations, and also how can we pool our resources together and ensure that we work best for the child. So I don't want to take a lot of time. It is my humble time. It is my humble time to invite Honorable Millie Odhiambo to address the gathering. Thank you very much, Madam Millie.
That's not good enough. A round of applause. Again. Another one. Thank you very much. Welcome, madam.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to Shala Lenea Bilombele, the child representative, to the PS, Children's Services, CPA Carol Agengo, to Dr. Purity Ngina, CEO NGEC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to be with you here today to talk on issues that are of concern and interest to me. My thanks to the ministry for this convening, Just Rights, UNICEF, SHOFCO, Save the Children, and other organizations that are listed here from across Kenya for this wonderful convening. Before I start, I just want to say that I'm happy every single day when I convene or in different convenings, that my task is made easier for when I become president. Because already I can see, today I've identified Dr. Purity Ngina, the CEO of NGEC, will be one of my CSS when I become president. Because we share a lot with her in common. First, on her passion for women and being unapologetically feminist. A lot of people don't understand what feminism is. It basically means be fair to us women. You know, as men, we don't ask too much. We just want you to love us and take care of us as your wives, sisters, and aunties, you know, and girlfriends. Just be nice to us. That's what feminism is all about. And the other thing I share with her in common, of course, is a passion for children, which I really appreciate. And then another thing is she's a lot like me. She's young, like me, except hers is visible physically, mine is a bit hidden. But otherwise, she's young like me. And she's smart, you know, in her dressing, like me. And also, You know, I like elevating women wherever you find them. She got her PhD at 28 years in something strange as biomathematics. Well, there I will not try to be like you. I failed in bio. But, you know, thank you. And the PS, again, we share a lot in common, even though she's in the accounting world, but the passion and commitment to children is evident. You can see the short time that she's been there, the amount of work that she's done and transformed the sector. I want to thank you even for your digital footprints, because now we can see every single day I wake up, actually, the news and information I get the highest is from the ministry and on children's services. So your digital team is doing an excellent job. I just want to tell you, you're doing an amazing job. So you can see I'm in good company. There goes another CS when I become president. So at least keep praying for me that I identify a man. Now at least I have 2 women already. I just want to share a story when I was working at the Cradle. And we had a case of early marriage, somebody in Kajiado who had married, I think, 13 or 14-year-old girl. And so the case was taken to court. So we went to Kajiado law courts to follow up with this matter. And we found a very big team from the Maasai community who had come in to listen to the case. And they were perplexed. So they asked us, what's the problem? Is it that we didn't pay enough? We didn't bring enough dowry? Can we bring more cows? Then we told them, no. You can't bring cows over a 14-year-old girl. The law does not allow it. You can't marry a girl who is 14. Then they said, you want us to marry girls at what age? So we said at least 18, and with their consent. They said, 18. Is that even wife material at 18? That's too old. So they said no. And then we told them, no, the law now we have, that was just when we passed the Children Act. And then they said, you say such a law exists in Kenya? We said, yeah, and I think the vice president or minister, I don't know, I can't remember what he was then, was Saitoti, the late Saitoti, who is a Maasai. So they say, is Saitoti aware that this law was passed? We couldn't answer that because we didn't want to mess him up politically. But I think inherent in those questions is the issue when you are dealing especially with cultural practices. I mean, harmful cultural practices. I will be talking about harmful cultural, but also emerging practices. And in harmful cultural practices, you can pass the law, as we have done, and I think I want to laud Parliament for that. I know you always blame us for all manner of things, but I can tell you for a fact, as a person who was in civil society and now in Parliament, that we have done exceedingly well as a Parliament in terms of legislation. Just name any law. In fact, when we are sitting here and you are talking about mentioning all those laws, they were passed when I was in Parliament, not courtesy of me, but courtesy of Parliament. Some, of course, courtesy of me. You can clap for me on that later, not now. But we have the Marriage Act, we have the Anti-Female Genital Mutilation Act that we, as the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, we asked a man to sponsor to get acceptability. And we have, counter-trafficking that I sponsored, amongst several other, the Cyber Crimes Act, amongst many, many others, that provides a more protective framework for young people. So at the Parliament, we've done a lot, but it is not enough. The law itself, or the law alone, is not enough. Why? Because it's not easy to change cultural issues that have been entrenched for years. So and sometimes when you go on law alone, then the challenge you have, especially like on issues such as FGM, that the practice goes underground, or it becomes exported. So people just go to Tanzania or Uganda where they think it's easier, and you let your child stay there with their relatives for 2 years and then come back later after they've undergone FGM. And that is why it is good that we use law and other social interventions. So in Kenya, I know when we talk about harmful cultural practices, the first thing that comes to mind is the issue of FGM, and which is a problem. Yes, I agree, maybe because of severity, but I think one of the things that we are not looking at is the issue of early marriage. And early marriage is worse than FGM, if you ask me. Not in terms of impact, but in terms of prevalence. And I'll give you an example of my own constituency. When I go for meetings and I see young girls coming with children and they're married, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, despite our interventions. And this is a national crisis, if you ask me. It's a national crisis that requires very serious intervention. That we have a lot of young girls that are getting pregnant, and we've just been told here last year that report showed that 240,000 girls got pregnant. But that one, maybe if we counted the ones who are not married, maybe we didn't count the married ones. But if you counted the ones that are married, we're actually facing a national crisis. And it's a national crisis that because when you find girls getting married, then the challenge is that we will not even get a workforce in the future of women. So we're actually making steps ahead and regressing at the same time. I have seen in my own constituency, despite the interventions in the past, that sometimes, like, you know, now the government has provided 1/3 representation of women in different committees. And sometimes because the government provides standards, so they say we want people with up to Form 4 level of education. Goodness, finding Form 4 level of education is a challenge. I mean, many of you do not know that. But it's a reality in rural communities. And part of the reason is because the girls are getting married very young. And part of the reason is now we have demonized education. When you ask young people why they are not going to school anymore, they say we go to school and there are no jobs. So there's really need for urgent action and intervention for us to deal with early marriage that we seem to have normalized because we don't make it like a harmful practice. It is a harmful practice, whether done 20 years ago or done now. Then, of course, there is gender bias labor division. I will not talk about it, but a lot of you know that because of our socialization, some of these things we talk about them like they're in the past, but even if you're going into our own homes now, we still bring those norms that we learned from our mothers and our grandmothers. And so within our own homes, the boy has more time than the girl. I know there's been a lot of discussion about us leaving the boys behind. But the reality is, if you take statistics, perhaps what we need to do, which one of the things I loved about what the CEO talked about, is leadership and self-awareness. We need to strengthen the boys on that. But beyond that, our girls are still actually lagging behind. The last statistics I saw, I don't know if you stand to be corrected, was the area that was doing well was actually central Kenya in terms of a balance. But the rest of the country, the girls are still lagging behind. So when you keep hearing us talking about girls, 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 people say the girls have been over-empowered. Maybe the ones in Nairobi have been over-empowered, not where I represent, not most rural constituencies. Our girls are still lagging behind. And then there's discrimination in access to opportunities in education, which stems from what I've just talked about. And again, I've said that the girls are more disproportionately affected. Then we also have harmful masculinity norms that, you know, encourage the boys to be more aggressive and all that. And we see that evolving later in life to cases of femicide. We see sexual cleansing for newly circumcised boys who are then encouraged to go out and explore and learn. But it's not just for the boys. I think some of my colleagues were telling me that in their communities, once you are circumcised as a woman, you are also encouraged to go and explore or to find out if now you are woman enough. And in the process, you will also discover that you are also enough to catch STIs and get pregnant, you know, in the process. Now, I want to talk about evolving practices, and my apologies because I'm talking pretty fast because I've sought permission from the PS. I actually have two concurrent meetings going on now, and with the CS Treasury. So with my committee, House Business, I want to just talk about the things that are concerning me the most, some of the evolving practices. When I get, I'm on social media a lot, and reels pop up almost daily. And there's one of the evolving things I've noticed, is you'll see in youth functions with young girls, young boys, the girls are always in front. Yeah, I'm sure because maybe you are busy, we don't pay too much attention to that. I've noticed the girls are usually in front, yeah? And there are people playing music, or it's either a soccer or some game, and people are playing music. And the girls are so excited until they are on a high. So I was like, wow, these girls seem to enjoy this music. Until I discovered it's not the music they're enjoying. They're usually men, young men behind them, giving them a high. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Watch those reels. And they pop up on my computer every single day, different ones. In other words, our young people are having sex while we are watching. And we think it's a lot of fun. We make them into reels. And it's in our faces, and we normalize it. And then we are wondering why they're getting 240,000 girls pregnant. Because what they are doing basically is at that place, they are basically prepping, yeah? They get out of there, they'll go and have unprotected sex, they'll get pregnant, and they'll get other diseases. There has to be something that is done. It's the Children Act, unfortunately, because we actually criminalized sexual relation between boys and girls, it's made it difficult to deal with this kind of situation, where you have consensual sexual relation between young kids. So that's an emerging practice that is actually harming a lot of our young people that we need to. The same thing in swimming pools. That you just see young people having sex in swimming pools. Am I the only one who sees this thing? Because I don't see us talking about them. Or am I a bit old in my mind? Is it normal, the things that I'm seeing? Is it normal? Those who think it's normal, please carry your hand. I know I'm not that young, I mean, except when I'm competing here, but how many of you think there's something wrong? I don't think it's okay what we are seeing, because then we are taking our children back. There's nothing wrong with sex, but there's everything wrong with having sex in the same way they are doing, when they are not prepared. Some of them look like they might be having influence of one or two things. And so I think one of the things we need to look at is how social media affects our young people. 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago or yesterday? Sometimes you don't trust, you can't trust too much what you also see in social media. But what I saw was a photo of a 15, was it? No, not 15. I think it was a 22-year-old boy. How old? 25-year-old boy who was naked and had been thrown off 14th floor, I think around Kilimani. And the story that is coming out is that he was with a lover who is 48 years, woman. So it's no longer even about men violating. 22 is just a few years above 18, which is a child, but still a young person. So under what circumstance, yeah, was this young 22-year-old celebrating with a 48-year-old? I mean, I'm liberal, so it's up to you if you want 48-year-old women. That's your problem. But we are having a problem. Are we together? Yeah. So this boy has actually died. He was thrown off. I don't know whether it's a 48-year-old woman or the other lover who was there. But increasingly, those kind of cases are coming up. And we are seeing a lot of copy-pasting of the same crime. You see it's happened here. Then, of course, so those of you who watched Nation yesterday, the goon culture. Who do we use? Our young people yet again. And my constituency is relatively calm normally. It's not very violent, except one portion. But 2 days ago, I was told some young people just walk up with pangas and were slashing each other in public, and they don't give a damn. And there's one in hospital now because they were slashing each other. They are competing at who is more of a goon than the other. And we are normalizing things that we shouldn't be normalizing. So I think we have a big challenge as the children's sector, that we need to look at the cultural practices, but deal even more with the emerging ones. As the chairperson, Parliamentary Caucus on Children, we are willing to work together with the ministry. Where you need our legal intervention, we will work together. Where you need budgetary allocation, you know I've worked very closely with you on that one. We will seek intervention, budgetary allocation. Up until recently, I was in the budget committee, but doesn't still stop me because of the work I do with the Parliamentary Caucus on Children and the Parliamentarians for Global Action. So you can count on me, and you can count on the members of Parliament, many who are friends of children. Otherwise, I wish you very good deliberations, and my apologies. I wish I could have stayed with you for the rest of the day, but unfortunately, duty calls. God bless you and have a blessed day.
Honorable Millie, thank you. That was a very lively speech, and it has touched the people who always work with children. It is now my humble time to welcome the PS CPA Karen Agengo to give her speech. Welcome, Madam PS. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Karibu, karibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Millie, for the candid discussion on the emerging issues. I'm trying to adjust. Looks like it. Oh, yes, I got it. It's okay. To our dear child representative, who is our chief guest, Shala Lenea Bizombeli from the Republic of Congo, our CEO, National Gender and Equality Commission, Dr. Ngina, development partners from various organizations. Just to acknowledge development partners from UNHCR, CIF, UNICEF, UNFPA, the Brave Movement, Joining Forces Alliance, SHOFCO, Just Rights, and all other partners who are present here, including ICRS and CISP. Various distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear children, good morning. This morning, I am honored to represent our Cabinet Secretary, who was supposed to be here, but unfortunately, because of the clashing event, she's also in another important event representing the government. And so I come here to represent her office and also as the PS. I'm honored to address this learning convening on prevention and responding to harmful practices affecting our children. This convening brings together national and county governments, development partners, as I've said, civil society, community leaders, survivors, and young people, including our children, to reflect, learn, and strengthen Kenyans' coordinated response to harmful practices that are affecting children. And I am glad that our Honorable Millie has clearly indicated that even as we talk about harmful cultural practices, but then we also have emerging issues affecting children that are harmful that we need to also discuss. This forum affirms the government's continued commitment in safeguarding the rights, the welfare, and the best interest of every child. Kenya has established a comprehensive legal and policy framework for child protection. This framework is anchored in the Constitution 2020 and operationalized through the Children's Act that provides every right to children on various issues, including protecting them from harm. So these very laws expressly prohibit all harmful practices affecting children, including child marriage, female genital mutilation, which is still ongoing, virginity testing, forced male circumcision affecting young boys, girl child beading, and non-consensual intersex genital mutilation. These provisions are reinforced by the prohibition of FGM Act, the Marriage Act, the Sexual Offences Act, and the Basic Education Act, alongside the National Child Protection Policy and the National Plan of Action to End Harmful Practices. Government has therefore created a strong enabling environment for prevention, protection, enforcement, and recovery. Kenya has also reaffirmed its global commitment to end violence against children through participation in the global ministerial conferences on ending violence against children, which was held in 2024 in Bogota. In that forum, Kenya prioritized 3 national processes which are now at an advanced stage of development. I want to highlight this national strategic framework on preventing and response to harmful practices affecting children, which is a document for 2025-2030. We expect that within that period, we should be ending harmful practices. The male engagement program also has been put in place to prevent and respond to child marriage, while the National Survey on Harmful Practices Affecting Children will also generate comprehensive national evidence on emerging and underreported forms of harm. These processes will guide Kenyans' next phase of policy reform, programming, and accountability. National data demonstrates measurable progress. And unlike the Gender and Equality Commission, CEO really stresses on the use of data. The prevalence of female genital mutilation has declined approximately by 15% nationally, to 15%, while child marriage affects about 13% of girls before the age of 18. However, despite this progress in some regions, FGM prevalence still remain high as 90%, underscoring the persistence of deep regional inequalities. These disparities highlight the need for targeted and locally responsive interventions. And therefore, we need to focus on those areas of the regions in this particular nation where we still have high prevalence. What are we doing? A lot of work has gone to those communities. but still we are having high prevalence. So it's right time to think about what interventions can work. To operationalize the legal and policy framework, government has strengthened institutions and systems. Children's services have been decentralized to counties and sub-counties. And the National Council for Children's Services has been strengthened, and the Child Protection Information Management System continues to be expanded. And for that reason, I want to appreciate the team from the State Department of Children's Services, if they could stand, for the work they're doing on ending harmful practices among communities. They work closely with the communities. Thank you very much. You may be seated. I also want to appreciate the National Police Service. They have established specialized child protection units, and also the judiciary, which has strengthened child-friendly justice courts to ensure we have friendly procedures. Preventive interventions are also reinforced through education. Access to education, school re-entry for adolescent mothers, and social protection programs such as cash transfers for orphans and vulnerable children. Community-based prevention is also supported through alternative rites of passage and engagement with cultural and faith leaders. And today, as I was walking, when we came with Honorable Millie, I was glad to meet the women from Baringo. Was it from Baringo? Yes, the women who are demonstrating that now they use alternative rites of passage, and they have leaving behind what they used to do to the young girls. Survivor recovery services continue to be expanded through shelters, psychosocial support, and reintegration programs. I also want to appreciate the work of the ODPP. I know they are here. If you're here from the ODPP, this government institution supports in investigations on matters which have been reported on those harmful practices. Thank you very much. I passed by your exhibition tent, and you are doing a great job. And that shows that the government is working not as one institution, but involving all agencies within the government to ensure we can end all these harmful practices. Despite this progress, gaps still remain, and the gaps that remain is what is causing some regions to be having high prevalence, as high as 90% that I talked about. Enforcement is uneven across counties. National data on several harmful practices remain limited. Some are not documented. Survivor aftercare services require expansion, and national clinical guidelines for intersex care are still under development. Cultural resistance, which is very key on this issue of harmful practices. Stigma and constrained resources continue to undermine full implementation. Following the outcomes of this national learning convening, the government will look at the results. The government will take deliberate, time-bound, and measurable actions to translate learning into policy reform, strengthened institutions, and accelerated service delivery at both national and county levels. First, I want to say that the resolutions and technical recommendations that will emerge from this convening will formally be integrated into an implementation matrix of the National Strategic Framework on Preventing and Responding to Harmful Practices Affecting Children for the period 2025-2030. This will clearly have defined targets, responsible institutions, financing commitments, and performance indicators. And I like the fact that our Honorable Millie said that she will support us when it comes to issues of financing through our budget. This kind of approach will ensure that the outcomes of this forum directly inform national planning, budgeting, and accountability process. Second, the government will also develop and issue national operating guidelines for county governments on the prevention of harmful practices, enforcement of the Children's Act, and delivery of survivor-centered, trauma-informed services. These guidelines will be accompanied by structured capacity building for county executive committees, children officers, law enforcement agencies, and justice actors to strengthen uniform implementation across all the 47 counties. Third, I also want to say that the government will fast track the finalization, validation, and national rollout of clinical guidelines for the protection and management of intersex children and survivors of harmful practices, to ensure we have standard medical, psychosocial, and legal responses within the public health system. Fourth, targeted enforcement operations will be intensified in high prevalence areas and cross-border counties through the deployment of specialized child protection police officers, prosecutors, and mobile courts, alongside strengthened inter-county and cross-border collaboration mechanisms for the prevention of FGM and child marriage. And I want to say that this is really an area that requires a lot of strengthening. Recently, last month, I got information from West Pokot. I don't know if there's somebody here from West Pokot. Probably you could just raise your hand. And there's a challenge this holiday. I'm told this is the high season everywhere. People are planning and cutting young girls everywhere. And the worst is that these girls are abducted for marriage, very young girls. So the issue of the border, cross-border collaboration, I was informed that through some routes, these girls are abducted and they cross the border very quickly to ensure that we do not have a chance to get them. So this is an area that requires a lot of strengthening, and we're discussing with other government agencies on how we can, seal those parts where they pass, and these girls end up, for example, in West Pokot, they end up towards the Ugandan side. Young girls who are supposed to be in school. In fact, this young girl was supposed to do exams, and she was abducted during exam period. So we need to change how we are intervening about these harmful practices. We have spent too much in some communities, yet the results are minimal. So we need to discuss today and in the next few days, what can we do? Is it working, or we change our ways of doing things, especially in dealing with culture, deep-rooted culture, that if it is this period, circumcision must happen. The girls will be abducted, even when they are supposed to do exams. So let us have candid discussions. I want to also say that the government will undertake a structured review of national and county budgetary allocations for child protection to ensure this is ring-fenced for prevention, rescue, rehabilitation, and reintegration services. And in this, the State Department of Children is supporting counties to have a child protection policy in every county, so that with that policy, there will be provision for budgeting on child protection. This will ensure we have survivor shelters, psychosocial care services in the counties, education re-entry pathways, and economic empowerment interventions for affected children and their families. Sixth, I want to say that the National Male Engagement Program on the prevention of child marriage and sexual exploitation will also be scaled up to all high-risk counties with deliberate involvement of cultural leaders, fathers, boys, and community gatekeepers to address harmful social norms and demand side drivers of abuse. And the key people here are the cultural leaders. These are the people who can make the other people in the community change their ways. So we really need to work closely with them. And thank you for our partners for what you have been doing in working with this community. The government will also institutionalize an annual National Harmful Practice Accountability Forum to review progress, publish national and county scorecards, and strengthen multi-sectoral accountability among government institutions, civil society, faith actors, and development partners. Lastly, I want to say that structured mechanisms for the participation of children, adolescents, and survivors will be embedded within the national and county coordination frameworks to ensure that lived experience continues to inform policy design, service delivery, and monitoring processes. So we need to engage more on these children who have had an experience of these harmful practices. I have a friend who told me that she had to move with the child in her car. I'm still talking about when I was looking at the issue of West Pokot. She told me, I cannot even leave this child. Even when I'm going to the market, she's driving around to protect the child with her. She sleeps with this child in her bedroom just to ensure that this child is not abducted for early child marriage. You can imagine how deep this is to these children. These children who are supposed to do exams. Somebody has to go all that mile. While we appreciate that a child should live in a free environment where they can move around, but it reaches a moment where a child is not safe. Somebody has to protect them to that level. So this convening is really critical, and we need to think of how best we can address these harmful practices. The prevention of harmful practices remains a national obligation arising from the Constitution, as I had said, the Children's Act, and the Kenyan's international and regional commitments, which also is informed by our Vision 2030 on the Sustainable Development Goals and ending harmful practices on children, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. So all those global commitments make it to us as a government, gives us an obligation to protect the children. And I want to say that the government remains fully committed to ensuring that every child grows up in a safe, protective, and enabling environment free from harm in the name of culture and even issues of tradition. And before I finish, I just want to say that we need to have a serious campaign on ending child marriage. Because how does child marriage come in? Child marriage comes in because the children have been taken through FGM and they are released to go and try. In most communities where FGM prevalence is high, child marriage is also high. Where child marriage is low, you find FGM does not happen. And so this is one key area that we need to publicize, make awareness, campaign for ending child marriage. Just yesterday and the day before yesterday, results were released on children who are getting new infections from HIV. These are young people, 15 to 19. And majority of the new cases is affecting children. And because the children want to also try with the children. So in as much as we are discussing the harmful practices, now even children among themselves getting married or having sex with the children, giving them an opportunity to get pregnant and also to get infected with HIV. This is an area that we need to really work on. And I want to appeal to our development partners to really consider this area. These emerging issues are not good for children, because if our future is destroyed now, we will not have any human capital in the future as a country. The second thing I want to say is we need to start enforcing the law. Last week, I was attending the Safe Schools Declaration. I think it was last week here at Safari Park. And there's one child from the northeastern part of Kenya who came and just wrote a message for me and said, why should we continue talking to these people in the community if they believe this is their culture? Why should we keep talking to them? Because we have talked for many years. This is a child. But they are not changing. So this child just wrote there, can we prosecute these people? How many successful prosecutions have we had? Maybe that is the conversation we need to have as we discuss this. I don't know, ODPP is here. How many cases have we prosecuted successfully? Let's say we pick from this side of Korea. Prevalence is high. Are we prosecuting, or we are just saying that, okay, let's talk to the community leaders. If talking is not working, what next? It is high time we enforce. The law is already there. We are talking of the Sexual Offense Act. We're talking of the Marriage Act. We already have this, but a child is being married. A child is being abducted. If you facilitate a child to be abducted, to be married, you are facilitating. And ODPP knows very well that even the person who facilitates, if you are a parent, do we call them an accomplice or something like that? Yes? You are also part of the person who is contravening the law. We need to think of enforcement as a way of deterrence for these harmful practices. I'm sure that will bring some fear that can reduce the prevalence of this FGM. So prosecution is key here. It is one thing, we have made the law. The laws are beautiful. The laws are protecting our children. The law says a child should not be married below 18 years. We have the Marriage Act. We have the Sexual Offense Act. But are we now successfully prosecuting these cases? I'm telling you, if you started, that would maybe, it could be a game changer. But let's look at that. And then enhancing interagency approach, as I said, using data. If we know this is the area where there's a problem, we focus on interagency coordination on those particular areas. Korea, that side of Migori is really, a lot is happening during this time. Bomet, I think the other day, Maasai community declared that they are supporting anti-FGM, which is really good. So if we have communities who are accepting, those are the communities even who can go and talk to the other communities that are becoming difficult. So let's use data to focus on where we should coordinate if we are to succeed in this particular ending harmful practices. So with these remarks, I am honored to officially open the National Learning Convening on Prevention and Responding to Harmful Practices Affecting Children, and I want to wish all of us fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. I think we have had a very good deliberation, and I think I will request, if it is possible, we go for a health break. Then after that, we can go, unless I'm guided otherwise by the... So we'll have few pictures with the PS and those, the CEOs, and those people that have come for this meeting. Maybe we stand guided. Where do we go for the pictures? Madam Mogore, here, 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 here. We have Madam PS, the CEO, UNICEF, child guest, the first picture. CS child guest. All the partners that have been involved, please.
So after that, we'll follow with the partners. Wow, wow. Then now we want partners. Partners, please. Karibu, madam. Can we take a photo? Welcome. We can have a second line, please. Yes. Yeah. Nice. Then we can organize government officers and the chairs from the State Department for Children's Services. Prepare. Wow. It's nice. Thank you. Government officers, where are you? Yes. Water, government officers, water, even from the other state departments, please. Serikali. Thank you very much, our partners. That was wonderful. Then we'll finalize with our children. Our children, come next to me here. where I stand. Come next to me here, please. Please, please, please. Government officers, please, let's hurry, please. Our children come here next to me, please, please, please. Thank you. Can I have our children, please? And smile. Smile big. There are some people who have decided to remain. Why? Oh, who are they? Oh, protocol observed. Oh, wow. I've been reminded that there are CSOs that remained. Can you also come here? Now the word is CSOs. Thank you. Thank you for reminding about that. Please, 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 please. Let's hurry. All who remained behind, can we just hurry up, please? Wow. This is the best photo that you have seen today. Thank you. Thank you. The last one, Madam PS, we are sorry for this. This is the last team. The last team. Thank you very much. The last team. Let's expand. Let's hurry, please. Wow. Good. Thank you very much. We appreciate so much, madam. God bless you. We now want to welcome all of us for health break. Health break. We can do it for about 20 minutes because we are short of time. So we come back at 12:20. 12:20. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you.
The people outside, we are please waiting for you. Right, okay. So as we wait for the rest of us to be joining us, I'd like to point out something that happened in the morning. Actually, I don't know why, but the music sounds so sad. I don't know why. It sounds so sad, and I'm a very emotional person. I'm about to start crying. DJ, could you please change the music here? Yeah. It was so sad. I don't know if you people felt it. I was about to start crying. Hey. So, in the morning, we had a session that was facilitated. And during the session, we were asked a question. What are harmful practices we see in our community, and how do they affect us? I'm actually buying time for the people outside. Yes, I give this short analogy. But one thing happened, and that was not amazing. As a child representing children, not a single child took the mic and said what harmful practices they know, or even how they impact them. And that had me questioning, why are we here in the first place? If children didn't have that opportunity to speak at that time, why are we here in the first place? And our statement was said over and over again, nothing for us without us, you plan for things without us, you're against us. At that moment, I felt y'all were against me. Seriously, I felt offended. Yes. But now, I'm excited because we have been given a space, an opportunity to come and tell you from our point of view. We are the ones who are wearing the shoe. So we are the ones who know where it pinches. We are the ones who know where it pinches. And we are here to tell you from the horse's mouth, this is the situation on the ground. So we are going to be having a panel. And as we have the panel, as I'm about to invite my fellow panelists, I'd like us to look at these pictures right here. This is a child who is happy. I kept staring at her. I felt so happy. Like, look at her. This is what we call pure joy. This is a child who sees innocence. But after some certain things that are happening in our community, this smile erodes. This child's eyes stop seeing the innocence and start seeing pain. And as we have the conversation we are going to be having right now, I advocate, let us maintain that child throughout a person's life. That smile we see over there, let us maintain it. The innocence that child sees, let us maintain it. Because feeling safe, being in a safe environment should not be a privilege. It is my right. It's my right to be safe. It's my right to be in a safe environment. Food for thought. So I invite my fellow panelists. We have Praise. If you could please start making your way to the stage. We have Jamina. We have Irene. We have Sammy. We have Bridget, Shannon, Marion, and Kakere. Could you please make your way to the stage, please? Thank you. And as they come, could you please give them a round of applause? Because this session is about voices. They are about to voice out what their eyes see, what those eyes see. They're about to tell you this is where it hurts. And the one thing we request is that you listen. Because from this session, you will be going into the steps to start making the changes, initiating the changes that they will say they want to see. So what will be next? And you cannot make those decisions if you have not heard it from us. Nothing for us without us. So let us give them another round of applause. If If I could please have another mic, I'd be really happy to pass around. Thank you. So starting from my right, my guests will be introducing themselves, their names, their age, and what came to your mind when you knew you were coming to this event, so that you know why we are here. We're not just here to listen to you, we are also here for you to listen to us. It's a mutual relationship.
Hello everyone. My name is Raylene.
My people, what's going on? A child just said hi to you and you are like, hey, can you greet these people? Oh?
Hello everyone. Saseni wote. Mko fiti? My name is Raylene. I'm 17 years old and I'm happy to be here today, and I'm a girl who believes in change. Thank you.
A round of applause, please.
Hi. Hi everybody. If you can just see me, just wave. Okay, so thank you. My name is Sami Kiarium from Kiambu County, and I'm actually 12 years old. And what brought me here is to pass a message to you people, because I know the government is here, the leaders are they are here. So I'm here to pass a message to you on what we want, what we see, yes, what we hear. I wanted to pass a message. And I'm a lot of things, but let me say I'm just, I am a young changer who believes in change. And I actually believe that we can stop harmful practices in our communities. I believe that, yes. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hi. My name is Marion Saningo, and I'm happy to be here. What I've come to do here is to pass an information that I know about my fellows, and I'm a girl who care about the others. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Well, my name is Shannon Kayla and I'm from Nairobi, and when I knew I was coming to this event, I knew I was going to have my voice heard. That when certain things were going to be said here, we'd make laws or we'd make ideas that would not only just be given, that they'll not only just be implemented, but they will be upheld. Because most times you'd find laws are made but never upheld. And I hope we can change that.
A round of applause, please.
Hi everyone. Please everyone do for me this. This is hi in sign language. So hello. You do it with your both hands to respond. Hello. Yes, my name is Njeri Bridget from Kiambu, and I'm here to shine more bright on the rights of children. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hello. My name is Kakire Lemboyo from Narok County, and actually we are very happy to be here, and we are here to pass information about the harmful practices that we are going as children, and what we know that we are going to make a change. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Jemima Saitoti from Kajiado, and I'm so happy to be here. At least we are going to have a change. I know we are going to stop all the harmful practices that are going on in our community. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is President Munyugwe.
I come from Nairobi, but I came from Congo. I'm here to speak up for the refugees' children. Thank you.
Amazing. So just a quick summary. One, here we have a champion of child rights. Here we have a change maker. Here we have a child who believes in change, that it is possible to stop the harmful practices in the community. Here we have a voice that is either amplifying the voices that cannot be heard or is the voice of those that cannot be heard. Let us pay attention. So we're going to start off with the questions, and since you're holding the mic, Priscilla, what harmful practices do children still see happening in their community?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. First of the harmful practice is early marriage. As you can see, young girls here get married when they are 15, 16, and the reason is that most of the reasons come from your parents. Just because your home has poverty, you decide to sell off a girl in order to get dowry, and that's not good. That's a challenge that is affecting us as children, because we have our own goals, our own achievements, and when you get us married at a young age, it really affects us. And the other one is child labor. Okay, you can see young children like who don't go to school. Like they are Congo, they are young children who wanakata miti to get rubber. Yeah, to get rubber. So that child labor, they are very young, but they perform. That's a harmful practice, yeah, because that one, it's not allowed, because they don't have that knowledge to know that this is very harmful. They are not educated. They are Congo, you know, Congo, the studies of Congo, they are not advanced at here. So they think that it's a normal practice. Well, it's not a normal practice. We need to change on that. And the other one is gender-based violence. Okay, here, we as girls, we are not given the equal opportunity as boys, because we can do that. What a boy can do, a girl can do better. Because we need you to give us a chance as girls to perform, to show you what we can. Yes, we can. I'm here standing up saying that this gender violence should stop. Yeah. And the other one is FGM, female genital mutilation. It really hurts us as girls to experience that, and that's why I'm here to say that it should stop, because it's really hurting us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. I'd like to pose the same question to you, Kakere. What harmful practices do you see in your community?
Harmful practices that we are seeing in our communities are as follows. We have child labor. Child labor is that when some children are looking after the cattle while others are going to school, this one denies them a chance to get education. Another thing is limited access to education. Girls and boys are being denied a chance to get education. Number 3 is early marriage of young girls. This one leads to early pregnancies, resulting to health complications. When a girl is married, actually he will get pregnant at the early age, and this one results to health complications.
Thank you so much, Kakere. I'd like a round of applause, please. I'd like to pose the next question to you, Shannon. How do children feel when harmful practices are excused or justified as culture, tradition, or faith?
Most times, I've realized from things that I have seen, observed, from not only the outside world, things that we see on the internet, but even in our local schools here in Kenya. One thing I realized is most of the time, these children are very unaware of these things that are happening to them. I'd give an example of female genital mutilation. Most of my friends who are in my school would have told me something like they had undergone the cut. But when I ask them about it, they do not, or they are not aware that it was actually something bad. And in fact, I was told that when they refuse the cut, or if they have not undergone the cut, they are considered a shame to their culture, to their faith, and to their beliefs. Most of the time you realize that it's even their family members that initiate this, and they are completely comfortable with it and are not aware of what's being taken from them. Their freedom, their identity. And I feel like at some point, when they finally grow to realize it was actually something that's damaging them, something that's hurting them, is when they feel like their whole life has just grown to be like a ruse, like something they're hidden from. They're not told if it's gonna hurt them. Most people could even die from being female, like from female genital mutilation, but they all just undergo this and they're like, that's my normal life. What else can I do about it? And they're like, you guys are the ones who are weird, because why are you guys contradicting so much of my faith for my beliefs? And why are you so against something that I hold strongly to me? And most of the time you realize they even, from my experience, they'd even tell me to just leave the whole topic alone, because that's their faith, that's their belief, and I should just leave them be. Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. Marion, what would you say about this question?
Thank you for the opportunity. As children, we feel like we are ignored, we are powerless, we have no power in the community. So it's like we are ignored. Like disability children who are being ignored in my area where I come from, there's some of them who are being ignored. Even the government were not seeing like they were suffering. So we just request that we could get that help, that the parents, the government, the organization could listen to us.
So here's the question. How do you expect me to feel telling me I have a bright future, yet I do not see it? How do you expect me to feel as a child, and I have my friend who's able differently, but I do not see them being included in these conversations? I do not see them being protected by the policies that we are making. How do you expect me to believe that I have a bright future if we do not really look for these solutions? Go ahead, Sami.
So you can repeat the question that you asked earlier.
Oh, the one, how do you expect me to feel if I see that children who are able differently are not being included in these conversations? How do you expect me to feel?
No, the one that these harmful practices are justified to become.
Okay. So the question is, how do children feel when harmful practices are excused or justified as culture, tradition, or faith?
First, if it was for you, you could feel sad. But what I want to talk about, I would actually feel left alone, and I'm alone. Yes, because we believe that you are together, my parents, my friends, the teachers. When those harmful practices are justified to become culture, or they are just excused to become faith, culture, things that happen, I feel like I'm left alone. Because how can you, for example, it is like a hyena. You have ever heard a story that a hyena wore actually the wool of a sheep. No, that is just the same case. These are harmful practices, but you are excusing them to be faith, to be culture. Why? I feel like I'm left alone because the people who are doing this are they are surrounding me. It is the family, my parents. If I was a girl undergone FGM, I know it will be excused that it was just culture, faith, by the parents. So I feel like I'm left alone, and this affects me psychologically, you know, because you cannot tell me. We had a case in back Kiambu, where I come from. We have cults, the groups, they build up. So they build up. We had groups which underperformed the FGM, like we had the Guatadai, the Kikuyu, you can understand that, the Guatadai. It was banned, it was few years back, they were banned by the government. They used to perform FGM to girls. So until the government took action to ban the group, the Guatadai, they used to perform that. But what they said they worked with the religious leaders. If you are the Kikuyu, you know they are the Kiama. Do you know it? The Kiama. You know, these cults that they build up, they try to say that they are one of the members from the Kiama, the Guatadai, but that the government did the research, the investigations, and then they found out that this group, it is the one that has been performing FGM. But what you see, they say that they are one of the Kiama, the Kikuyu religious leaders. So they try to bump in, and then they try to excuse themselves as culture, because the Kikuyu Council of Elders, we believe in them, yes, they are good, yes, we have ever seen them. They are religious leaders, they work with the government, they support the government to stop these harmful practices. But what you see, these cults that are coming up, they are trying to force themselves, and they try to say that they are one of the groups. So we feel left alone as children, undergoing these harmful practices. We feel left alone, and this affects us psychologically. Yes, thank you.
It is super sad that when it comes to these harmful practices being so prevalent in the community, it is those that we trust. It is those that we trust. It is those that we depend on, those that we call home, that we are linking to. But what should leaders, families, and schools do to protect us? I'll pose this question to you, Irene.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
The question is, what should leaders, families, and schools do to protect children?
Leaders, what they can do to help children, they have to hear our voices as young children, and families to take good care of their children with love and care. And school, if they could have a counseling guiding, to have counseling in their schools. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Irene. Oh, we have Jemima, right? Yeah, she'd like to add on something. You pass the mic.
So hello again. So according to me, the leaders, they should speak out, because, for example, let's say the community elders, when they speak out, the people will hear them. So when they speak out about the harmful practices, everyone will hear them, and that will help. Also, in families, the parents, they should get closer to their children. They should have maybe a conversation where they can hear their children out. And also the children should be open up to their parents, because when you get opened up, they will also understand you. To the schools, apart from guiding and counseling sessions, they should also open safe places where children can run to. when these harmful practices are being done, or those who are at risk, they should run to those safe places. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Kama tunavyojua, ahadi ni deni. Pretty soon we are going to be having pledges. And our question is to the children, what promises do children want adults, leaders, and duty bearers to make and actually keep to protect them? So since ni deni, you must pay. So which promises do you want them to keep? So we'll have Bridget and Shannon.
You've already forgot. Yes, so I want the government to promise and keep the promise, as the moderator has said, ahadi ni. Yes, so I want the government to promise that they will follow and remember the laws that they enacted. So for example, we had the law that was enacted on 2011 to the prohibition and the stopping of the harmful practices. So I want you to promise, as the government protocols that are here, that you are going to keep them and follow them. So if we have cases of like FGM or early child marriages, I want you to follow the laws that you made and keep them so that we'll feel safe, and then we avoid that the loneliness that Sammy has said that we usually have. So I'll also want you to follow the Act 2006 to criminalize the practices such as the marriages and the, for example, the FGM. And also, I want you to promise me and as the children that we are going to adapt the undocumented harmful practices to the Constitution and make laws and make sure that you follow them. For example, the harmful practices that are not documented, like the son preference of having too much care of the son and forgetting that we also have daughters. So I'll plead you that you promise us that you'll help us and make a law on such undocumented harmful practices. Thank you.
Shannon?
For me, I'd like to give an example and then I answer the question. In my school, unfortunately, child abuse is something that would happen a lot. You'd find that in many of the schools that are in the rural areas, like in my school that's in Naivasha, you'd find that some students are beaten for really minor things. And I feel like that's not a method that is proper for correction. There are many ways that have been proven to correct people, and as much as laws have been made against it, many people still do not uphold them. They are ignored in the rural areas and sometimes even are not recognized. And most kids in the rural areas are not aware of them. So my answer to your question would be, I hope that when the rules are made, or when we make oaths to uphold certain things, that they should be upheld not only in places like Nairobi, because in Nairobi actually, these rules actually are upheld, because this is the urban areas. But in rural areas, these laws are ignored because people don't have accountability in those areas. They ignore them, and students or children are not aware of them and look at it as a day-to-day life. And the excuse is always like, we all went through that, you'll get through it, that's just normal school stuff, that's high school. But I really hate that people would say that something, just because it's been recurring often, is becoming normalized. Just because something happens a lot does not make it normal. In the worst case is that it's very abnormal because there is no reason for you to abuse a child because of your own agendas, because of something that you see they have done as wrong. So my request would be that while you are upholding those laws, that you also check into the rural areas where these laws are ignored. Thank you.
Sami, over to you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, and also thank you for my fellow panelists for what you have said. But I would just like to add something on the last question on what the government can do. So for me, I want the government to continue enforcing the law, because as I know the law is there, but it is still not enforced because there are some people who don't follow the law. And I want the law to be enforced, because when the law is enforced, this will hinder these harmful practices. But what I wanted to talk about is community engagement. The government can actually engage with the community when they work with the community leaders, the people from the community. They can work with the community leaders such as the Kiama to support the government. Because when they work with this government, when they work with these community leaders, they will be able to interact with the community. Because when you go to certain communities, they may not believe you, because they may say, you're not from our community, but you're coming to talk to us. They may not even listen to you. If you're trying to stop FGM, they may not listen to you. So what I would like the government to do is to engage the community leaders, because see, everybody can believe somebody from their community. Somebody is trying to give you some advice, but is not from your community. You may think ni stories are jabal, but somebody from your community giving you the advice, you may see this person is from our community, he or she has been seeing this thing happening, maybe he or she is talking something true. Also the leaders from the community have another opportunity. They have advantages, many advantages, like they may help in stopping those cults, such as the Guatadain. We have the Mihiriga Keda, where we had a case of a boy who killed his own mother and committed suicide because of a disagreement over the cult's activities. So you can imagine you are performing activities in a certain cult, but your mother tries to warn you about those activities. So the boy just killed his own mother and committed suicide. So you can see these cults are actually serious. The government should take something up. They should should come up with something to stop these cults. So we had another cult called the Nyubaya Mobi. We had the Keda Moihuru. There are many, yes, there are many. So the government can actually stop them. That is all I have.
Thank you so much, Sami. And now down to the last question, and please do pass the mic to Priscilla. What do children wish adults understood better about their fears, concerns, and experiences with harmful practices? Because I'm sure whenever you're undergoing the cut, you're not smiling. Whenever you are being married to like a 60-year-old man and you're like 10 years, you're not smiling. It's not a joke. So what do you wish the people on the other side understood?
Okay, thank you again. We would wish that we don't downplay our concerns, and not everything we fear is imaginary. That's what you adults get wrong. It's real. You don't downplay our concerns. Just listen to us and feel what we want to talk. And the other one is that we wish that we listen to our feelings and not be strict, because strict parents cause sneaky children. Yes, we don't want to be sneaky. We just want to be friendly with you guys. You as our parents, just create a relationship that if I have a problem, you're the first person to talk to. You can find some of the parents don't talk to their children to see what's happening to them. And that's, we feel as if we are being betrayed by you guys. So we wish you to listen more, pay attention on us, and just do things to change our future. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. Kakere, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, thank you very much for giving me this other chance. What I wish adults to understood better about our experiences with harmful practices is that they need to know that harmful practices leave scars that are difficult to heal. When these practices are being engaged or being encouraged, they leave scars that are difficult to heal. Number two, harmful practices done to children leads to hopelessness in their life. When these harmful practices are being done, the children will be hopeless. They will not be able to focus on their education because of the harmful practices that are being done to them. Another thing is that children have dreams. They have to know that children have dreams, ideas, and fears. Therefore, they should be handled in a good and careful way. Children should be handled in a good and careful way in order to pursue their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It seems we have a lady who's really burning. She has a point, so please, you could go ahead.
So thank you. So what I wish you understood is that sometimes on the cases of school dropouts, we don't have to blame the teachers. Sometimes the problems come back from home. So you find that someone has gone under FGM, so they have that psychological trauma. So they see like when you go to school, everyone knows you went through. So you feel like you don't need to go to school because everyone will laugh at you. So most of the school dropouts, it's not about the beating from the teachers. Sometimes it's the problem comes from home. So I wish you understood that not all the blame can go to the teachers, but we dig in deeper to the homes and find out what is making them to fear school. Because maybe they were not beaten. They fear that everyone knows they went under FGM, so they feel like they'll be left alone. Maybe they'll be laughed at. Maybe everyone will use them as a bad example. So that's why they fear going to school. So I wish you understood that most of the school dropouts come back from home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. That one is when you adults are here. These are children. Could we please add a little bit of more energy into that? Thank you so much. I feel so guilty because I'm cutting them short. They really want to tell you what it really is, because it's not sunshine and rainbows in some areas, right? But time is really running out, and we have a special mention from a child among us, since it's a No Child Left Behind hashtag. So please, I'd like to invite Miss Elsie to tell us something for less than 30 seconds. Then we'll end the session. Thank you so much. Let us invite her with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. Hi guys. Connie, you are bored? Hey, you look bored. Okay. Without further ado, because I have limited time, I'll start. I'm Elsie Mokami, a proud Kenyan child, a child from Africa, and a child of the universe. I have had many opportunities that made sure, opportunities to deal with big people like you, opportunities that that hear children voices and make sure that the children voices are in the right place. From the stories that I hear from my mother about her childhood, I believe we are following the right steps. Sorry, a bit. I believe we are following the right step. From a young age, I have been part of the children assembly in different countries, living as my mom job and hence moving a lot. This always made sure I did not miss any childhood. In children assemblies, we are sensitized not only on the rights of as children, but also our responsibilities as children. This year, I was glad to participate in the budget process. In the budget process, our view was taken seriously and even informed from some visions. I have been part of the policy formulation like adolescent health policies. Best is when I moderated events. I'm especially passionate about environmental conservation, and this was after I lost a friend back in kindergarten to cancer. I started taking care of the environment, and what was exposed was seriously in small way. I started an organic kitchen garden and especially enjoyed the fruit trees. I started sharing my seeds with my friends, with my found friends, fighting cancer at the Meru Hospice. This rejuvenates hope, and the children enjoy the process. This gave birth to my initiative of Adapt a Tree for a Cancer Patient, where trees at 1,000 shillings support privileged care to the patient 2 to 3 days. Currently, we have 35 children and 520 adults. And this event got me recognized, and I'm the reigning Teen Miss Environment Kenya. A crown I'm using to plant hope and grow change. I invite all of you on the 18th December. I will share Christmas with those friends of mine at the Meru Hospice. We also intend to put rewards, and I hope at least sponsors a wing or two. I'm sure with friends like you, this can be achieved early in next year. As I close, I cannot forget we are still in the middle of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, especially on women and girls like me, because sensitized are still very alarming. This year theme is on ensuring online safety, and I would like to especially thank Mtoto News for the ongoing training to ensure that safeguarding online and offline is ongoing. Thank you all. It was Elsie on the stage.
So our session has come to an end. Let us give everyone a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, and we can stand and receive some gifts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's not enough. Give them. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We enjoyed your session. We could have given you the whole day, but the problem, time is always limited. Thank you. Oh, pictures. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, one question or two. Okay. We can have a seat. You receive a few questions. Oh, the director wants to take a photo with you. So the secretary, not the director. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we have a few questions, please? Let's limit them, please. Then we'll have another chance. Yes. Who has a question, please?
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. To our lovely children and panelists, good afternoon. Thank you so much for expressing yourself boldly and also representing the children that are not within the hall today. But then my question would be, because I've realized that many of us have been referring to the notes that we have, but then I would also just wish to ask you one ask. Apart from what you prepped to share with us, what is just one thing that you feel should be done differently from what is happening around your society and surrounding? Let me say, for example, a girl who is living in Korogocho, her harmful practice might not be FGM or child marriage, could be rape or GBV. What is that one thing that you see we can do differently together through co-creation process with you as the children who are facing this? Because I was once a child and now I'm an adult, but then my work is to support you as a child with what you need to sustain and be safe within your community. Because the safety does not only start with you as a child, but also with us as your caregivers. So what is that one thing that you'd really wish for us to do differently? Thank you.
Let's have another question. I only take a maximum of 3. Any other question?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is not really a question. I'm a clinical psychologist, and one of our panelists mentioned that the boy committed suicide. So it's just a point of correction. You don't say commit suicide because it's like we are criminalizing the act. So we say die by suicide. Thank you.
Clap for that. We have learned a vocabulary. The last one. The last one. Please, the last one. And let's make the question short for them, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was a good presentation from our children. We echo you. Mine is just small. There's a speaker who talked about child labor. How do you categorize child labor? Because in our times, we used to do so much. So many years ago. We could go graze the cattle, fetch water. You come back, you are still told to cook. And you are still in school. And we tried. How do you categorize child labor as a harmful practice right now? Because naweza kukutuma kwa duka, ukuje uniambie hiyo ni child labor, unishtaki kwa sheria. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's enough for you guys. Do answer those and then we earn lunch and we go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to answer the first question, that what the different thing parents, schools, and leaders can do to stop these harmful practices is that you can collaborate with communities and your NGOs to provide and create a supportive environment for us.
I have another answer to that question. You had mentioned rape, and in most cases you'd find, as you said, it was a young girl around our age. In schools, when people get raped, they most of the time or sometimes end up pregnant. And the thing is, from then on, their life is thought or considered to have ended. They are considered to be people with no future. But I think as children and as parents, I believe that's not an outcome we want for someone. Because most of the time, people always think, this person's gotten pregnant, they have no future. But there are people who've managed to do it through the right support. But why should we make it only specified to those people? We should make it a public thing, right? So a poor child has been unfortunately raped and ended up pregnant. Why should she stop school? She should be given an opportunity to get to continue school, even though she's going through a hard moment in her life. It wasn't by her wanting, it wasn't by what anything she was expecting for herself. She probably had her own dreams and goals. Yeah.
Thank you. And then there's also some answer from this end.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know I'm not in the panel, but there was a question I had about child labor. And you mentioned that during your time, during your time, you guys were doing a lot of work. You know that was that time. But now, according... child labor, it's not just doing house chores and all that. You know, we have rights and we have responsibilities. So we as the children, we have responsibilities to do our house chores, respect our parents and all that. So sending me to the duka is not child labor. So child labor truly is giving a child work that interferes with education, helping the child grow healthy, and affects the physical or mental status of the child. And lastly, I wish I could, but sama saa zimeisha. So lastly, I would like to say Blessed Barak, the host for Mtoto na Sheria show. Just from the name Mtoto na Sheria, Children and the Law, I'm a child who is really inspired by the law and things governing children. So if you want to get more of what I do, you can go to YouTube, search Mtoto News, then you're going to get Mtoto na Sheria also there. And you can tune in on TV 47 every Saturday in the morning at 8. So I'm giving you an exercise to wake up early. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I want to ask her just to conclude on this now. And I've just been reminded by the Secretary, Children's Services, that although we talked about terminology rape, the terminology was defilement. Thank you very much, but you can just wrap it up.
Okay. So to wrap it up is, I just have one phrase I had from an event I attended still on this, I think that has led me to come here. And it said, it takes a community to raise a child, but it also takes the same community to protect that child. Thank you. Oh, I'm being told we're supposed to go and eat. I feel like, oh, okay. So let us pray. Almighty Heavenly Father God, we come before your presence this afternoon. We want to thank you for this far we have come through the day. Heavenly Father, thank you for this session that has just come to conclusion. Heavenly Father, we pray just as the children have spoken, that the adults have heard us, as they'll be sitting down, O Lord, to think about what we've said and to come up with ways, Heavenly Father, including the suggestions we've given them, Heavenly Father, in order to protect some of us, all of us in Kenya, Heavenly Father. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you may guide them. Lord, may this event be a success, Heavenly Father. And by the end, Heavenly Father, we pray that every Kenyan child, Heavenly Father, will feel safe and be protected, Heavenly Father. Bless the work of our hands, Heavenly Father, in whatever we do to protect the children of Kenya. God bless Kenya. And it is in Jesus' name we pray, trusting and believing. Amen.
Thank you. Now you have been released for lunch. We coming back at we are going to take 45 minutes. So we can we come back at 14:10, isn't it? Thank you very much. Where is lunch? Down. Yes, Christine, where is lunch? Bradley, where is lunch? Yes, madam has come here. Thank you, assistants. block 300. She's going to walk us to that particular place so we can follow her. Thank you very much, madam. 14:10, 10 minutes past 2, we should be back here. They are here. Daktari is here.
Okay, good afternoon. I know we are a bit empty, but let us start. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. I know energy levels are going down, so please don't expect the Gen Z energy, but I will try. Thank you. My panelists are trickling in slowly. No. So, our session this afternoon, to start us off, is on accountability. And when we speak accountability, not just from government, but also from us as we sit in the audience, for people that work around harmful practices. So, before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Kerigo Jenga. I work with the Orchid Project. We are a single issue organization. We work around FGM, but of course there's a lot of intersecting issues, child marriage, SRHR, and so our major role is around research and advocacy on those particular issues. Allow me to start off my panel. I know we are one panelist less. I hope Mr. Baraza will be joining us soon. But my panelists, thank you very much, and thank you for the wait. I know it's been a long wait, so we really appreciate your patience. So let us start us off by introduction. So you all have a minute or so to tell us who you are, what you do, why you're here, and maybe an expectation from this session.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Chichi Undie. I'm with the Population Council, where I am a senior associate and a technical director. I also direct a program called the FGM Data Hub. And my expectations are that we leave here understanding what works and what doesn't to end FGM.
Hello, this is Malta. I'm part of the joint program to eliminate FGM, UNICEF-UNFPA joint program. I'm from the UNFPA part, working as the gender-based violence and gender technical specialist. And it's so hot here. I don't know, I mean, the tables who are sitting there under the sun are still, I mean, sit there. Maybe you have to move that side.
Thank you, Meltem. She's very big on well-being, so.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackson Onyando. I work with UNICEF Kenya. I'm a child protection specialist.
Is that we come out of this convening and learning event as a team working towards ending the harmful practices against our children.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Kangede from the State Department, Children's Services. I'm based in Kajiado County as the County Coordinator, Children's Services. My expectation is to come up with a working formula. The children who are here said that they want action. So as we deliberate, as we leave this place, hopefully we'll come out of this convening with a solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your introductions and setting pace in terms of what our expectations are, and I hope those are mirrored in the audience. So as we start, the title of this session is What is Working and What is Not Working to Address Harmful Practices. And that knowledge and insight is in this room. So the people seated here really, and I hope, will be mirroring what your experiences are on what works and what doesn't work. So the session is exactly that, examining what is working and what is not around preventing and responding to harmful practices, of course drawing on evidence, experience and community realities, and also to identify practical shifts needed to strengthen national and county action. Even before I start with my first question, notable progress has been made. I think we can all say that. At least speaking from an FGM point of view, we have seen a great reduction where we are now at 15%, where in previous years we were almost at 40-50%, right? So progress is being made. But again, some of these practices still continue. And despite that progress, we need to do more to ensure that we are seeing zero existence of harmful practices, even those that are hidden, like the tongue cutting, which I had no idea about. So our panelists' first question, and this is to all of you, and please answer from my right. What is the biggest misconception in the fight against harmful practices, from your experience?
From my experience and from my perspective, working on the FGM Data Hub, so my bias is already around data and measurement. I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that if an intervention or an approach is exciting or compelling or popular, that it means it works. And I think, we need to realize that no matter how exciting or boring an intervention is, if there's no evidence, we can't say for sure what it is that works. So I think that's the biggest misconception, that we can make conclusions about what's working without actually having the evidence.
Thank you. I think the biggest misconception on eliminating all harmful practices, not just FGM, is just try to solve it with one sector. Like, for example, having legislation. Hey, we have legislation, it's a good one, so we will solve it. No. I mean, multi-sectoral approach, to end any kind of gender-based violence, child marriages, FGM, or other harmful practices is the only solution. So, you have to work with all the sectors, from security to legislation to media, awareness raising, everyone under the sun, let me say, because you cannot actually eliminate any kind of harmful practices just having focus on one sector.
Quite a number of them. I think for me, the biggest misconception is that if we are not seeing change in prevalence, it means nothing is happening. There are quite a lot of things that are happening in terms of change, even if prevalence is not changing.
Thank you. For me, the greatest misconception is the fact that we are calling out for multi-sectoral engagement, but I think also coordination is a factor to consider, because we may be all working towards one goal, but if we are not working as a team, coordinating, then we might not be getting to where we want to go.
Thank you. For me, the greatest misconception is that only government can do this, and only the laws can do this. But to me, it's not about taking people to prison. It's about educating communities so that they understand what they are doing wrong, so that they make it right. So it is, the change will come from within. Thank you.
Thank you so much, especially for bringing some of the misconceptions that we do not know how to work around. So maybe a good example was what Johnson was talking about in terms of prevalence. So in northern Kenya, that statistic has not changed for decades. But the practice itself has changed. So we're not seeing type 3 happening as much. People have kind of started shifting because there's been awareness raising, there's the law, and those interventions, as Meltem has rightly pointed out, need to be multi-sectoral because the health aspect is one of the reasons that we are seeing that change. And also just speaking to the coordination and how that needs not only to happen from government, but also from NGOs, so that we're actually working in collaboration rather than in silos. And I know we keep saying this, but I think there's been quite a big improvement in terms of how CSOs, NGOs in countries work, understanding that we have the same aim, and also, and maybe we've been pushed by some of the reducing resources. So maybe that's a blessing in disguise, where we actually have to look back and think about the resources that we have and what is coming in. And I think most important, and as Chichi keeps telling us, that if you're doing anything without evidence, you're really pretty much wasting your time. I don't know if any of us has read a paper, especially the ones working on FGM. Sorry that this is a very heavy FGM panel. But there's several papers that tell us what works and what doesn't work to end FGM. So if you are educating cutters, you really need to have very good evidence that that works in the long run. Or is it a short-term patch? But thank you so much, panel, for speaking to those misconceptions. And I hope we have a minute or two for the audience to react to that. So straight into the individual questions. Dr. Chichi, research again. So from your research, which of interventions have shown measurable impact and which ones have failed to shift norms? And explain the differences.
Sure. Well, I think you've touched on one of them. Let me start by talking about what doesn't work. And in fact, before I talk about that, let me just explain where this data has come from. This has come from an extensive study. It was a rapid evidence analysis combined with not just looking at the documentation that is out there, but also grading it, because there are lots of publications, lots of reports, but not all of them are of, a certain quality that can actually tell you, yeah, this is evidence that you can run with. So this involved looking at the scientific literature and looking at the gray literature, what we found on websites. And so it's really important to document what we're doing, because you may be doing a wonderful intervention, but if it's not written anywhere, we can't find it online, it can't be cited, it can't be assessed. So we're talking about a collection of well over 7,500 pieces of literature on interventions that were designed to, prevent or respond to FGM. That 7,600 and something articles were pared down to 115 that actually met the criteria, and from 115, it was pared down again to 106 after they were assessed. So what I'm sharing is based on that whole process, right? And what we found that doesn't work, one of them is trying to convert traditional cutters through, giving them other kinds of income generation activities. For instance, it's not something that really has, an impact. Another thing that there is not enough, there's no evidence to show that this is actually working, is alternative rites of passage, and get me right, alternative rites of passage that are focused on the public ceremony, and that's it. There's no follow-up to see what happened after we had this big ceremony. There's no, just the ceremony in itself, no, there's no evidence for that. And in addition, legislation, which is extremely important, but laws in themselves, just by themselves, right, are not sufficient, okay? Now, what it is it that does work, that, we can see the evidence is strong on this, and many of us will be happy to know, because I'm sure many of us use these approaches. Community dialogues, health education, that sort of thing with communities, particularly with, parents involved, religious leaders, and so on and so forth. That is really, there's strong evidence to show that that approach is very useful when it comes to shifting attitudes, right? Of course, we want to move from attitudes to behavior, right? But at least for shifting attitudes, we know that when it's well done, it does work. When it comes to shifting actual behavior, what the evidence is showing is that education of women, so the formal education, right, of mothers is something that helps to end FGM, because the higher the level of formal education that a mother has attained, the less likely she is to allow her daughter to be cut, right? And in addition, even education for girls right now, right, that's good for shifting their attitudes. But if we're talking about behavior, then formal education is something that really works. And then in between, there are those interventions that are promising. So we don't have enough evidence yet, but our eye is on them because they're promising, right? Am I talking for too long? Okay, I'm going to end that now. So I've talked about what works, what doesn't. If you want to know what's in between, you're going to have to read the article, which I'll share later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chichi. And our final panelist has joined us. Mr. Baraza, welcome very much. Please introduce yourself.
Sorry, I was late, but just outside here. My name is Joseph Baraza from Ministry of Health, Gender and Reproductive Health. I have 17 years of experience working in the Ministry of Health on gender issues, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were next on my line of questions, but I'll spare you. Take a breath. Melta, over to you. So, UNFPA, the joint program, has been doing quite a lot of work regionally in countries. So, what would you say from UNFPA's regional and country experience? Which accountability approaches are working well, and which ones are not delivering results in areas where harmful practices persist?
Yeah, actually, I was touched, with the panel just before us, before the lunch. One of the important things, Sami actually told that he, and most probably the others as well, they feel lonely and they don't trust they're not trusting us, the adults. And they were literally so right. And I made that connection between accountability and their trust and their loneliness as well. Because, when you, talk about accountability, you're talking about a couple of, things. One of them is, I just put the notes here, responsibility. As adults, are we taking our responsibilities? As the government, as the NGOs, are we taking our responsibility so that we can actually support them? Are we transparent? Are we open to them? Answerability is one of the most important things. Are we responding to their needs? Are we listening to them? And consequences. When we are taking decisions and when we fail, are we getting the responsibility of the consequences? To tell the truth, no. Because of that, they are not trusting us. Because of that, they feel lonely. Because of that, most of the accountability mechanisms, unfortunately, are not working. So we have many legal standards against harmful practices about FGM, child marriages. Just a couple of them. And Kenya is one of the countries who actually, signed and ratified most of it. Like the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, Convention on the Rights of Child, CRC, the African Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which is very new. It's just out of the oven. Maputo Protocol, which mandates explicit legislative measures to eliminate FGM and child marriages, and periodic reports from the governments should be sent to African Commission on Human and People Rights every 2 years. Universal Periodic Report, UPR. Most of our, colleagues here, especially from the government and CSOs, they know these. And the Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 5. When I check Kenya about what they are doing with these, the report card is great. CEDAW, last report was in 2024, UPR 2025, the fourth report, Maputo, the first report 2020, and plus shadow reports from the CSOs. CRC, the last one is from 2020. So the government of Kenya and the CSOs in Kenya are actually doing their job for the, for the reporting to show them, should show the world, show the ones who are actually affected from the harmful practices that they're doing something. But is it enough? I've been working with the African Union Commission for the last 5 years, and now African Union Commission is actually trying to set up a new accountability mechanism, a regional one, which is called AU Accountability Mechanism to End Harmful Practices. The objective is, first of all, strengthen evidence, as you said, Chichi, documentation and data generation mechanisms, because without the data, you cannot actually say anything. You cannot set up the, mechanism for, elimination of any kind of, harmful practices or any kind of services. You cannot get the trust of the young people without knowing what's going on. Clarifying the process and platform for member states and stakeholders reporting, ensuring coordination, as you rightly said, linkages between the mandate of the process of African Union human rights organs, and facilitate direct engagement with member states through regular reporting and monitoring. Why AU is doing that is because AU thinks that all these mechanisms that we have been having, regional, country level, even international level, are not working well. So they're pushing, us to work more on that. And Kenya is actually one of the selected member states for the first phase of this mechanism to be operationalized, with Djibouti, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Zambia. And very recently, we had this workshop for the operationalization here in Nairobi, and these 6 countries are now on the process of starting their reporting mechanisms towards the AU. But one of the most important thing is, this is as I told in the first, as I responded for the first question, it is not just the duties or responsibilities of the government for the accountability, but it is actually responsibility of all of us, especially the CSOs, the youth, private sector, media, all these sectors that are actually dealing with combating violence and elimination of harmful practices.
Thank you, Meltem. And maybe just for the audience, a scorecard for our government in terms of reporting. Meltem has said we're really good at it, but do we think that translates to actual action in the ground? we can have a couple of responses once we're done with the conversation. And still on that line of thought, just as Chichi was talking about the evidence that's showing what works and what does not work, I know UNICEF has also been interrogating this. So Jackson, on to you. Which evidence-based approaches have shown the strongest results, very specifically around shifting social norms, and what lessons should Kenya prioritize as it scales up these interventions?
Yeah, I think Chichi touched on what we know works and what we know does not work. Unfortunately, what we know does not work is very popular. There are some of the interventions that majority of us continue to do. Alternative rites of passage that are not accompanied by surveillance, right? Public declarations, one-off. So I'm hoping that at the end of this learning convening, we'll be all walking one journey and knowing that the fact that an intervention is widely practiced, very popular and loved, it doesn't mean that it works. It has to be backed by evidence. So for us, what we've seen work is what I would call structured community conversations. And I'm laying emphasis on the word structured because a lot of our community work, you have like 100 people. Is it really structured? So it has to be a dialogue that gives people room as a safe space to start to challenge some of those norms. So segregating communities into manageable groups, where you can have really a good conversation as opposed to general community meetings. And this can be with elders, with parents, with youth, with religious leaders. The second thing that we've seen work in the community to start to shift norms, and we saw that in the morning here, is empowering young people, creating agency amongst girls. From a protection and safeguarding point of view, we want to supplement that with also engaging parents so that we're not just having kids or children empowered when you don't have the equivalent of that in their parents or communities. So any interventions that we have that target children, we try as much as possible that the community around, that the platforms, the school, the parent is equally informed. And that also goes with building skills. We've also seen where we have individual champions, especially amongst the religious leaders, work. I know the main objective is to build movements of religious leaders, but we start with individuals. So when you go to communities, we identify religious leaders who are able to come out and speak, demonstrate publicly that they are ready to challenge some of these norms, and then work with them, starting alone, but then working with them to build a movement with these religious leaders. And then I think one of us also mentioned empowerment of girls through education is another intervention that helps to shift some of these norms. Education. And as a country, you've seen the milestones that we've had from the time that we started to implement the free primary education. So keeping girls in school will not only help us on FGM, but other harmful practices like child marriage, and that goes with mentorship. Yeah. So in terms of, and to your last question about lessons that Kenya can prioritize, I think communities actually know, yeah? So the view that someone has to come from outside to change a community is fallacious, if you ask me. Community can. So if we are able to work with local, most of them grassroots organizations, some of them, majority of them are able to, and I think there was a boy here in the panel in the morning and said, communities can do these things by themselves. So localization for me is really key, so that we have solutions that are rooted in community realities. And then the second one is engaging boys and men, both for child marriage and FGM. Any intervention that we have that targets girls only, again, will not work. So the boys also must be in, and men must also be engaged, especially where we want to challenge gender and power dynamics. And then the second last one is also investing in measurements. As I said, one of the misconceptions is that if prevalence is not shifting, then we think nothing is going on. But communities are evolving as well. So if we have mechanisms of measuring those shifts in social norms, it could be on change of age of cutting, it could be on the type of FGM, you know. It means that people are conscious of something, and we need to capitalize on those small shifts to work with communities. And then finally for me is just recognizing that no one sector can deal with these issues. Yeah, we have the anti-FGM board that is handling FGM. We have this State Department that is handling child marriage. But we also rely on health. That's why we have the Minister of Health here. How can we use the 107,000 community health promoters that we have in this country that are kitted, that have a stipend? So what role can a Minister of Health play? Justice system. That also helps in law enforcement, and also the place of social protection, because some of these things are driven by poverty. So what is the place of cash or programs that help communities to address some of the poverty issues? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jackson. And just as you were speaking around the multi-sectoral aspect, I see Mr. Baraza has preempted that it was going to come to him. Keeping on that line of thought, medicalization is one of the sort of monster issues when you're talking about how to address FGM. And Kenya is, I believe, number 5 on the list of countries with the highest levels of medicalization. So, Mr. Baraza, medicalization remains quietly normalized in some areas. We actually have areas where it's almost 100% medicalized. What drives this pattern, from your experience, from going onto the ground, and what approaches can be used to curb medicalization without alienating health workers, which Jackson alluded to?
Thank you very much. One thing I did not say is that I'm also the focal person for FGM in the Ministry of Health. So anything FGM, I'm so much conversant. And the medicalization of FGM is where FGM is being performed by a health worker, be it a nurse, be it a midwife, a gynecologist, clinical officer, is the one doing the cutting, whether in the private clinic, whether in government facility, or he or she is invited in the home of the survivor to do the cutting. Where do we see this mostly? Where it is known that medicalization is happening? The Kisii region, Nyamira. Those are places where it is known that cutting is done by the health workers. What are the reasons? Why are they doing? Number one, the reason going around, what they have been saying is that they normalize culture so that they need a safer. They say this one is safer. It is not painful because you will be injected local anesthesia, you will be given painkillers, itakuwa sutured, so, and then you are given antibiotic to go with, and you will be also going for dressing. So it is less painful. So they have normalized that culture, and health workers are doing it. Another reason they are giving is for economical. When you ask the health worker, they are saying, if you cut one girl, between 5,000 to 10. So if you have 10 of them, that is how much? Almost close to 100,000 for you in just one city. So for economical reasons, they do the cutting as part-time or locum. They do the cutting. Another reason is maybe the attitude of the health workers. Some of them have attitude, which they don't care, they just do the cutting. Again, is a weak law enforcement. They are saying, why has there been no health worker arrested for performing FGM? So they know nobody will arrest me, ama hakuna polisi wa kukuja, they will continue doing. So those are some of the reasons as to why they are performing FGM. And part 2 of your question was asking about how can we engage with the health workers without alienating. So we need to reframe the messaging we are giving so that the health workers know the harmful effect of FGM. Number 2, we need to work with them for advocacy, for change. Let them be one of the advocates of ending FGM. We also need to talk to them about the oath, the oath we usually take, so that they do no harm. So is FGM doing harm or not? So we need all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baraza. And just speaking to your issue around law implementation in terms of the law, I know there'll be a session, and there's challenges around that which I think can be discussed during that session, and see how we as community are also our own police, if that makes sense. So let us come back a little closer home and speak to the anti-FGM board. So Pauline, from the anti-FGM board's experience, which approaches are not working? Because I know you're always on the ground. Especially where harmful practices continue quietly, right? Those where they're completely hidden. And what factors are making these interventions ineffective?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I think we have been working as a team with the NFPA, UNICEF, Population Council. So most of these interventions that are not working, I'll cut across. From the board and from the partners, we have realized most of what my colleagues have already said is what it is not working. So I would wish to go into maybe why they are not working. Thank you. So I'll start with maybe 1. We have very strong cultural practices and beliefs, which our children were saying that we excuse them as faith, as culture, especially if you go to northern frontier of the country without stigmatization. They believe in it a lot as a practice in their religion. So having these very deep-rooted culture practices are making our interventions very hard because, like my colleague here has said, the change can only come from within. We need to do something to change the mindset. We need to do something for our society to understand that it is past the time when we used to believe in the practices as a cultural norm. The second thing I'll talk about as the board, because our core mandate is to fight FGM and to coordinate each and every partner within the boundaries of Kenya doing interventions on FGM. We have had a few challenges in coordinating on what our partners are doing on the ground. So you find you have 100 partners in a certain part of the country, and you have like 2 in another part of the country where we need more partners. We are not getting them, and we are not able even to them be reporting to us for us to be able to act. So going back to what Chichi said, that if you do not have data, if you do not have evidence, sometimes you might be just storytelling. The other issue we have realized is about border dynamics. We have a lot of cross-border FGM. You realize that our neighboring countries, they may not have very strong anti-FGM policies if they have any. And like the border of Somali, it is the longest border we have as a country. And in that country they believe in FGM. Their religion allows. So you find even if we become very stringent within our country, we are trying to enforce the law, there is possibilities of them to cross over to the other country. Even it's also happening in the border around Tanzania, that is Migori County. The other biggest challenge we have seen is about law enforcement. You find that as a board, we do not have the mandate to come and enforce the law. We work with other partners like ODPP. So you find, or even the GAO, the people that will go and report the issue. So because from our side, we do not have the mandate to enforce the law and we are dependent on other partners, it becomes an issue. And also we have some inconsistency in legal response. You find like in some areas, the response will be prompt. In other areas, you find even our leaders will call in and say, actually, we are to, you understand those inconsistencies that we are having within our communities. The other issue I'll talk about is resources. Resources, I'll not only mention about money, I can also mention about human resource, because you realize we have 47 counties, though we have 22 hotspot counties. 22 counties that are practicing FGM, which we need to be having regional offices, but we do not have. So we work with County Anti-FGM Steering Committee, which is chaired by the County Commissioner, the Waziri of Gender within that county, and now the CSO networks that is within that county. So we'll say in matters resources, we have not been very good in terms of getting to the ground. And the last thing, I can see how you're looking at me.
Thank you.
But the last thing I'll say, we have had a few of mistrusts between the public and the government, because maybe of the long histories of some communities feeling like they are being judged, they are being misunderstood, like we are imposing, like this is our culture, this is what we are doing, what is... There was a very interesting question that I was asked sometimes I was in Garissa. Someone asked me, who told you FGM is wrong? And why do you think it's wrong? How can you justify it is wrong? So you see, someone coming from that perspective, you really need a lot of time to win the trust of that community. That's why we are saying there have been some mistrust with their feeling like we are misjudging them, like you are imposing, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pauline. I guess that begs the question then, how do you structure those community dialogues that Chichi, Meltem, and Jackson have spoken about to ensure that you're carrying everyone along? Because I think that was one of the issues around the anti-FGM law, where people felt left out in terms of how did you get to criminalizing this thing that we really hold valuable to our culture or to our religion, however they frame it. Again, getting closer to home, and Madam Anne, please feel free to speak wider than FGM. I know this is a very heavy FGM panel. So from the State Department of Children's experience, again, what prevention and response approaches are working well? And it doesn't have to be FGM, because I think like we spoke this morning, there's an array of harmful practices, very specifically at county level, and which ones are not producing the expected results?
Okay, thank you. What has been working well at the State Department of Children's Services, number one, is the need that government saw that the children have a state department by itself showed that there were issues that they needed addressed by specifically a state department. So that is going well, and we are now working towards trying to eliminate some of these vices that afflict children. What has been working well within the counties is empowerment of children on their rights and responsibilities. So much is being done within the schools and within also the communities in empowering the children. So the children are aware of when they are violated and the need to speak out when this happens. Another thing that has been going well, we have come up with so many policies and laws to protect children. That is a plus for us. But then again, there lies a question at the end of it. Probably we'll look at that later. So there are all those policies and laws to protect children, and we, as a State Department, ensure that they are followed. And then the recognition of that these are dangerous vices for children, those that go through the FGM, child marriage, the rescues is one of the interventions that has been going well within the counties, working with all the stakeholders involved. Once these cases are reported, then we work together and rescue the children and probably place them in a rescue center, depending on case by case. And of course, offering services by us and the partners to ensure that the children are safe. And also trying as much as possible to ensure that these cases land in court for the children to get justice. So we try as much as possible to support these children and their families. Now, what has not been going well is even as we talk to children about their rights, there is still a gap. One, we have not reached out fully to the parents, though I know it is one of the things now that we are mandated to do, because at the end of the day, these children belong to those families. So the parents will end up having very empowered children, and yet they themselves don't know anything about children's rights. So that has not been going very well, but we are hoping now that the issue will be addressed because it is one of the mandates of the State Department. Another thing that has not been going very well is law enforcement, as most of my colleagues, panelists have said, that you have rescued these children, you have done your part, and now you have handed over the issue or the case to the police, to the judiciary, but not many cases will see the light of day. Why? Because of evidence collection, and sometimes cases are tampered with, and you end up not having the desired results. So there's a gap there that probably we would need to address. Then another thing that has not been going well is bringing together, synergizing all our efforts, all our resources, partners, government, to ensure that we offer quality services to children. Rescuing one child demands a lot of resources. And if one of us is doing it alone, it becomes very, very hard. So that has not been going very well. So we need to sit down and agree and see how best we can pool the resources together. Another thing that has not been going very well is communities normalizing child abuse. And to them, as we had in the morning, they said we would go to the shamba, we would go to the river, we would do so many things. We just normalize that because it happened to us, so we have to perpetrate it. So we actually become perpetrators ourselves. So communities and most people have normalized that simply because of lack of awareness, probably. So we need to create a lot of awareness, not only everywhere, not only in the villages, but everywhere so that we all get to know what we are not doing right by the children. One of the speakers also said that was then. We are in the present. So that means that now we have become rigid. So there is lack of innovation. So to help us, work with children during these current times. So that calls for our flexibility so that we also get to understand really what is happening to the children. So the other thing that has not going very well is that not many counties have come up with child protection policies. And this is the basis for them to allocate resources for child protection programs within the counties. So it becomes very difficult when you engage the county government that does not have a policy because they are not able to give those resources. So for them, even taking the ownership, sometimes it becomes a bit tricky, but again, we keep persisting. For the FGM and marriage, there are those communities, again, for lack of awareness, again, it becomes a normal thing because they want to do that so that for economic reasons, because they'll get extra money from it. So it has not been going very well, and we are hoping that the issues can be addressed, the underlying issues of poverty, and what really pushes the people to do that, the communities. So I think that is what has not been going very well at the county level, and also support from all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ann. And that is the end of our panel discussion. A few takeaways, at least for myself, around the real need for evidence. So your interventions need to be informed by evidence so that you're not paying out money to cutters and they'll still go back and do the same thing. You are not speaking to communities in an unstructured way, therefore everyone kind of goes back to their homes with their own ideas of what the conversation was about. And also that we are coordinating and we're ensuring that we are working in a multi-sectoral environment. Therefore, a girl that's rescued is able to get help, is able to go through the legal system with support, and is also able to access services for whatever needs that they may have. So that's the end of me talking. And I see I am about to be kicked out, but I would like to take a question or two.
Yes. New questions?
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Helen Gadhogo, Director, One More Day for Children and a survivor. Our programs are in Laikipia, part of Saburu, Isiolo, and Meru. One thing I want, before I ask a question, is to mention is, as a person who is on the grassroots, is that FGM, to detect FGM is very hard. So relying on that data that is coming, it is telling you that is the case that was taken either to police or it went up to the judiciary level. Yeah? Now you can imagine how many do not see the light of the day. So we normally rely on the documentation or data from the Ministry of Health. How do we get it? Sometime when things do not go well, they run for help, maybe bleeding or something. Or when they are pregnant, they are able to go for antenatal care. And the doctor is able to check and they will be able to tell that they are able, they have undergone the FGM. So we have a facility that specifically is for the youth and friendly services on SRH within the shelter that we run in Laikipia. I just wanted you to know that you don't depend on the data that is coming in. Also, I wanted you to know that FGM is a precursor of child marriage. Yeah, so you'll see a lot of girls running away from marriage, but not from FGM. Number 2, that is why you see the teenage pregnancy going high. It is very high right now. What has happened right now? Are you aware? World AIDS Day was yesterday, isn't it? What are they saying in the figure? There's high new infection on the side of youth. Because immediately you are cut, you are told you are able to do what your mother can do. So there's a lot of premarital sex and all that. The other thing is, although my partner from DCS has a bit tackled on that, and UNICEF, is we can never go anywhere. And I like the campaign that we have launched with Anti-FGM, my daughter's campaign. But we shall not be able to go through or anywhere without supporting child survivors. People, let's be serious. It's like now, these girls, because I have a safe house, so I know what they normally talk about. They do not have anybody that they can run to or look upon to. Because you are told by the parent, so-and-so was cut, that is why she's in America. She's driving big car. She's having big NGO. Remember, I'm a survivor, so I don't have any bad whatever on that. But when it comes to child survivor, it means you supporting, like UNICEF and DCS has said, supporting the girl in education, throughout education, both retention and enrollment. So what is happening in this area, there's late enrollment. By the age of 18, this child is only in grade 2. DCS is on your case. You have to return that child back to the parent. Remember, the homes are the ones that are not safe. So lack of shelter also, or not recognition of this shelter, is also creating a lacuna, bringing a lacuna in also accepting these children so that they're able to run away. Finally, there's political hypocrisy. I mean well when I say that. Because when it is 16 days of activism, we are seeing a lot of banners all over. We are seeing a lot of commemoration, donor funds east and west. You raise awareness and you go. So one more day shelter is left. No, we were told A, B, and C, it's wrong to be cut. No, we only raise awareness, but we don't educate you. Where do you want them to do that? So the government need to come out clearly and come up with a way of telling the children, and also this is wrong, and give the alternative. What are they? Where are they going to? Where can they go? Where they can run? Where are they going to run to? So I think what my question was: is there a way that DCS, because I know the problem with DCS is they are my colleague. It's underfunding. Is there a way that gender department, children department, and FGM department can work? Can have a coordinated, strategy to tackle this issue? Because even police now, it is more confusing. National Police Service has come up now I may create another department called gender. And they are coming up with, they have what we call polycare. One is in Laikipia. Yeah, it's like, this is my space, this is my space. There's no coordination. Is there a way the 4 of them can sit down and come up with a way, a workable way, so that they don't confuse the partners on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you.
A clap for that. She was reinforcing the issue, and then there is the issue of duplication of services, and yet there is no coordination. But I think they are up to the task. I'm taking only 3 questions, and let them be clear, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Judy Kawera. I coordinate GBV prevention and response in Meru County. Thank you, DCS, for having us here. I think this is the right forum where I can communicate my mind. We have been on the ground, we go to schools, we interact with children every day. But there is a concern that I want to raise, and this is for the national government. It's for all of us, not for only Meru County, not for different counties. We are pretending as a country that we don't know that our children are sexually active. When you look at the rate of teenage pregnancy in the country, yes, I don't refuse that Meru County, we are above the national, our indicators are above the national indicators, but as a country, we are pretending. The reason why I'm saying we are pretending, we have been going to talk to girls in school. Almost 70-80% of our girls are misusing one method of family planning that is called P2. When you look at what the guideline is saying about P2, it is supposed to be an emergency pill that is supposed to be used once per year. But our children are swallowing it like peremende. We are not aware that our children are swallowing their destiny. You know the implication of misusing that one drug. And when you look at the policy on sexual and reproductive health, it is saying you cannot discuss the issues of family planning with school-going children. My question is, who is going to guide our children? Number two, I think we need to stop pretending and deal with the reality that we have as a country, that our children are already sexually active. Let us tell them the right thing to do, because when we give them the right information, we will be able to help them. My second question, I work in the Ministry of Health. Almost 75% the health department has a take in prevention of these things. When a survivor, when we have a sexual case, it is this survivor that is supposed to come to the hospital. We prevent for HIV, we prevent for these unplanned pregnancies, we prevent for STIs, and also we give the psychosocial support. She has said very well that the survivors are suffering. Who is this that is helping our children to know that they can run to the facilities so that, number one, we will be able to address the issues of new HIV infection. Number two, we will be able to prevent the unwanted pregnancies or the unplanned, and we will be able to deal with the inner scars. Most of the women or men that went through violence when they were young, they are dying silently without anyone hearing them. It is my recommendation to the national government, kindly let us look at our policies. Are they guiding us? Are they allowing us to give the children the right guidance? Thank you.
I know it has become very emotional and things are very nice, isn't it? But I would want us to be a little bit focused. Let's sit on the question, please, so that they can be answered. Good, thank you.
My name is Diana Boyani from Intersex Kenya Education and Advocacy. We work with intersex children and intersex persons or intersex adults. And part of the harmful practices that are performed on children that I haven't really had members emphasizing or giving more energy is intersex genital mutilation. While, despite the fact that it causes lifelong side effects to intersex persons. So my question is to the anti-FGM board. So we understand that FGM and intersex genital mutilation are both harmful practices that are rooted in bodies and rooted in controlling bodies and enforcing social norms around sex and gender. So as an anti-FGM board, how do you see opportunities to integrate efforts against FGM and IGM, both in policy and community level interventions, so that protection frameworks and awareness campaigns address these interconnected forms of bodily harm?
Thank you very much. The last one, I know I'll cut some. Can we have this last one?
Thank you. My name is Lynette Ouma, the country director of Too Young to Ed. Mine goes even to that panel. I don't see the Minister of Education. We are never going to address issues of harmful cultural practices without also integrating matters of education. My question is, how are we going to make sure that education is inclusive? Because those survivors or people who undergo harmful cultural practices cannot go to school the regular way or the way maybe currently CBC is designed. We need to talk as partners, as government, about inclusion, about alternative pathways to access to education. Otherwise, the way things are designed at the moment, we do the rescues, we do the access to justice, but then we are not empowering them to access literacy skills. We are back to the same point. So can we bring the Minister of Education to every other discussion we have and let it be at policy level in the design of curriculums and syllabuses that are inclusive to the diverse nature of children? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want Madam Kerigo, please proceed with those other questions. Yes. If we'll have to take a set, then we'll have to take a set. But the discussion is continuing for the next 2 other days. So the ones that we might not be able to answer or respond to today, I think we'll be able to get time in the next session and in the subsequent sections to proceed with. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. So let us start off with the question on data evidence, or rather the comment on data evidence. So Chichi, would you be happy to answer that?
Thank you very much for that comment and all of the comments. I want to say that I understand where the first speaker is coming from. I want to reframe the message, though. I think the take-home message is not, don't depend on the data. I think that would be dangerous. I think the take-home message is, depend on the data, but understand that not all data is quality data. This is why in the study that I described, we started out with over 7,600 articles documenting the data. How many met the criteria to be called, quality data? 115. Out of the 115, how many did we have to trim down to again, as we continue to score and grade the data? Only 106 out of over 7,000. Right? But those 106 studies are robust enough, right, to point us in the right direction. So I think data is very important. I also want to agree that FGM is very tricky to measure. And as the FGM Data Hub, what we've tried to do is to develop innovative tools that are quite clever, right, that can help circumvent some of the issues, right? When you're asking, what we've discovered is that when you use an indirect questioning approach to ask someone about FGM, their beliefs, their attitudes, their practices, you're much more likely to get a much more robust data set than if you just ask questions in the direct way. So you also have to be clever in how you ask these questions. So I do agree with that, but I do want to emphasize that the evidence really does have to lead us. Not everything is strong evidence. We need to understand that. And so finally, I'll end by saying, because not everything is strong evidence, and not everyone has to know what is strong evidence. We don't have to know everything. What we have to do is partner with one another. On this panel, the Population Council has partnered with every institution here, represented here, and I'm sure every one of you would say the same. That's the way we need to get it done, because we may be able to collect the data or know what is strong evidence, but we can't do the interventions. And we can't do the policy advocacy. So we need to have these partnerships to make sure, right, that we're working together to end FGM. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chichi. And on to our next question around sexuality of our children. And I agree with her. I think we've been burying our heads in the sand for quite a while. I'm not sure who here feels brave enough to answer the question around how do we deal with it? I don't think my panel is feeling very bad. Oh, Mr. Barasa, Santi Sana.
Thank you very much. This is from Ministry of Health. Last week I was in Samburu disseminating a whole site orientation on SRH. And what Kawira is saying is true. For example, Samburu, 50% of the girls below 18 are pregnant. DHS 2022. When we tried as a ministry to develop a policy on SRH, the religious leaders, where we belong, in fact, I remember being thrown out of that meeting. They wanted to have a meeting on themselves, and they said, we are teaching the children about sex. So what she's saying is the truth. What do? Let us start from home. Let it start from you. It is your child. Don't think of the other child we are talking about. It is my daughter, my son. So before we talk, and they keep on saying, oh, what is health doing? People are we the one? It is us, the family. Let it start from the families. Let us, the religious leaders, agree that we should have a policy. Education should be propped in, and we agree. What should be taught in school? Age appropriate. What should they know? They know. You are talking, Kawira said, they are having sex. They are having it. And we are seeing it. And Emilio Diambo spoke about it here. So what do? What works? Let us talk. Let us say it as it is. That penis and a vagina without protection is equal to HIV, pregnancy, STI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barasa. And that kind of sort of neatly fits into another question that had been asked by Dr. Gathogo around the disconnect and the lacuna with the, in the protection system, where we have children in spaces that are not necessarily government-led, but government-supported, for example, like Harare Rescue Center. And the parents who are still, and Madam Ann spoke quite succinctly about this in terms of parents are in the 19th century and children are in the 20th century. And so maybe Madam Ann, I guess the question was very specific around DCS and coordination, right? And how do you coordinate with all these other ministries? But also you intimated to something around DCS is thinking around how do we engage these parents? And maybe it would be a good time for you to kind of give us a sneak peek on what that is, and also just thoughts on how DCS can lead the process, because we are speaking about violence against children.
Thank you. What DCS is doing about engaging with parents is on positive parenting, and this will be a very strong tool to ensure that families are safe, that they are able to give their children the information they so deserve to have. And as Ministry of Health has said, it is my child, because some of these values have to be taught within the family. They don't have to get them in school. And what happened really is earlier, we left parenting and information giving to teachers. So children know once they get out of school, that information remains in school. But if the parent is able to empower their child, then these children will be properly monitored and also cared for by the families.
Thank you so much, Madam Ann. And I think Jackson wants to add something to that.
Yeah, to Helen about coordination. I think also one of the best things that has happened this year is that all the agencies you mentioned are now in one ministry. So Gender, Children Services, the anti-FGM board are now under the Ministry of Gender and Culture and Children Services. So in terms of government coordination, we can start from there. That within the ministry, and the expectation will be that conversations can start within that same ministry.
And Jackson, while you have the mic, because I think this would be very apt for you to answer around education and what's their place in these conversations in ensuring that they're continually involved, since I think all three of you spoke to the power of education and agency around ensuring that we are preventing violence against children.
Yeah, so that was, I think, a question from behind. So we all of us have talked about the power of education as one of the evidence-based interventions, keeping girls in school. But we also know that when you talk about child marriage, we are talking about some of these girls who have dropped out of school. So what are the alternatives? And I'm aware there are conversations already with, policies have been developed by the Minister of Education on alternative learning pathways and programs being designed to equate the learnings, self-paced learnings out of the formal system, and working with the Minister of Education National Examination Council to equate that learning to a certification that is recognized, by law and by government. So those conversations are going on. Policies have been developed. It's really now the implementation of those programs. But a recognition has been made that there is need for a learning pathway that is not formal. 8 to 5 or boarding school. Can a girl go there for 2 hours, learn, and there's a system that we're able to document that process and eventually work with the National Exam Council to equate that to a certification. So,
Milton, just following up on that, because I know resources has been mentioned, and like we say, there's never enough money to go around. So just speaking to the coordination aspect and the shrinking space that we are seeing, what do you think what do we need to do to ensure we are still coordinated, we are using our resources as maximally as we can?
This is a hard question to respond, especially during these times with UN80. The most important thing is actually, again, about coordination. It relies on coordination, even the financing, because, all of us, including UN and other entities who are, donors, lack of, budget. So this is from our example, joint program example. What we're doing is we're trying to, strengthen our strategic partnerships and try to integrate into other thematic areas, like, for example, trying to integrate FGM or child marriages into other thematic areas, like, for example, if our country office is working on SRHR, CSE, gender-based violence, we are a humanitarian response in some of the countries. We are just integrating these harmful practices into their interventions so that we can actually enlarge our perspective, enlarge our, focus groups. During, these years, about this, bottlenecks with the, finance, and we have to reach more. We know that, about the child marriages, it's in rise, not in Africa, all around the world. Or FGM, there are some stagnated countries. We have to coordinate more than before, and not just for programmatic issues, but for sharing what we have in our hands.
Right, Milton tells us sharing is caring. We'll take that as a takeaway. And our final question was on intersex, and then I will close, I promise. And I will let Madam Pauline speak to us on that.
Thank you. The question, if I got it right, she was asking about the opportunities that we see on matters concerning intersex FGM. I'll start by saying any cut around the genitals, if it's not for any medical concern, it is FGM. And FGM is the highest level of gender-based violence and human rights violation. So we will not categorically say that intersex FGM is different from any other FGM. We welcome you for further discussions, because our policy had not captured the intersex FGM, but we are open for that conversation that we can discuss and add that concept about intersex FGM. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for our panel, please. And thank you very much to our panel members.
Wow, that's wonderful. Another one. Waongeze tena. Thank you very much. I know it's getting interesting. Today, what we are going to do is that we are going to drop the last conversation, which would have been a keynote address by Madam Esther. And I want to request Jennifer to come over and to call upon her team to come over so that we can have that in 30 minutes time, that discussion within 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and we close. Thank you. The photo, please. Photo, please.
Thank you, everybody. How are you? Gosh, you know the thing about moderating a session after lunch, ugali bado ijateremka kwa miguu, so it becomes very, very difficult. So this event is called National Learning. Learning, that means we are learning, okay? What does learning mean? What does learning mean? Okay, let's all stand up. And I'm going to ask my children here to come and help me do an energizer for the food to go to the feet. Okay, kids, come. Children, come. Let's do. Let's do an energizer. Okay, Barack, do you have any? Okay, we have children here. Children, where are you? Are there only 2 children in this room?
Is it good? Huh? This one.
Even one. Okay, I know we have children, but I want children and children at heart also. Okay? So Barack is going to lead us in an energizer. Okay?
Yeah. Hello, everybody again. I'm Barack, Blessed Barack. So, not Baraka. Barack. Yeah, so this energizer, nilisikia mtu wa kamera pale akituambia tupendane. So I want everybody akuwe na a partner 2 by 2. The way animals waliingia kwa the Noah's Ark 2 by 2. 2 by 2. 2 by 2, wawili tu. Make sure you have a partner. Portia, where's your partner? Good. Okay, kila mtu akona partner, si ndio? Okay. You see this hand? Mmoja aweke hivi. Everybody, kila mtu aweke mkono yake one side like this. One side like this, ndio? Oh yeah, come. One side. Yeah, like this. This way, yeah. So you see how my opposite hand and her opposite hand. Then you see that this other hand that is remaining, weka hivi. Sumona? Exactly. So make sure your neighbor's hand is on top of your hand. Of your finger, I mean. Hivi. Can you see? So in the count of 3, you see this hand? Unafaa ushike mkono, the finger ya your neighbor. Na the person, hii finger, make sure ijashikwa miss. So you have two tasks to do. Hold and miss. Okay. Okay. One. Weka kidole. 2. Be patient. Sijasema 3. Okay. Hi, another one. 1, 2, 3. Great. Sindio? Nani ameshinda? Nani ameshikwa mkono? Kama umeshikwa inua mkono. Be honest. Nani ameshikwa mkono? Nani amemiss? Great, great. Thank you.
Let's all clap for Barack. So I tell guys, my day job is working with children. So, and this is learning, so we need to learn. I hope you've learned a new skill. So, when Mogore called me to moderate this session, I was a bit afraid because they are all lawyers. And for those ones who've known me for a long time, what did I do with law school? What did I do? Those ones who know me for a long time, I dropped out of law school. So, and for what? Justifiable reasons. It's because when I was doing school, we were told you either had to be a criminal lawyer or a corporate lawyer. I wanted none of the above. So I said, let me go look for other greener pastures. So the lawyers, learned friend, please forgive me for dropping out of your very honorable career. But I do practice law, okay? As Linda say, I'm a honorary lawyer, okay? I just need to go to School of Law for 2 years and earn my diploma. So for this particular panel, we are looking at the justice system, the pathway to justice system. So now I'm trying to get her current name. Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome, when we were in the Children Task Force, once told us a story of Mwende. So Mwende comes from Makueni, that is just the border of Meru, isn't it? And Mwende, one day, someone tells them, I love you, with a bag of biscuits, and then Mwende, this 15-year-old, decides to get loved, okay? And then Mwende finds themselves in a home, okay? And then, but this person who was loving and was giving her biscuits and giving her tomato sauce with chips, you know, where the tomato sauce is more than the chips, started mistreating her, okay? And then the neighbors saw this little girl. All of a sudden, this man, a 35-year-old guy, has someone. Initially, they thought it's a house help. But no, at night, they could hear this girl crying. So they reported. Okay? They reported to the nearest chief. So the chief came the following day and found out Mwende is 15-year-old, and it's illegal to marry an 18-year-old, a 15-year-old. Okay? And then Mwende, okay, went, and then the chief reported to the children officer. So the chief asks Mwende the question, what happened? And Mwende says, oh, they gave me chips, they gave me biscuits, and now this guy beats me at night, and I have an STD. And then the chief says, this is beyond my pay grade, goes to the DCS office and does this and reports. And then what does DCS come? They come. What happened, Mwende? Mwende does the same and reports. And then what does DCS say? It's above my pay grade. Let's go to the police. The same thing. What happened, Mwende? Mwende tells the story. And then the police say, okay, here we can be able to do something. And then and then the prosecution happens. And during the during the prosecution process, what does ODPP ask? Mwende, can you tell the judge the story? So Mwende goes again, chips, biscuit, and tomato sauce. Okay? So the Chief Justice told us a child gets into the system as one child. But by the time they are leaving, how many children are they? How many children? 7 children. That is the current justice system. Imagine you are Mwende. What happens to you? So, my very learned friends in my panel, we are going to get into Mwende's story And Mwende is not fiction, it's a reality. So welcome. So because of time, I can see Mark. He's just doing like, telling me wrap up. So I'm going to go into my questions. And as I ask you, please do introduce yourself and what you do and which department of government you work or which organization you work. Okay? I'm going to start with the Honorable Gitonga Gerald. Pole Nisana, I dropped out of your nice, I wish I would have been a judge, So judiciary, from the judiciary experience, what systematic gaps continue to hinder timely and effective justice for children affected by harmful practices? Which reforms would create meaningful improvement? Yes. For Mwende, what are those gaps to ensure that Mwende gets justice? Honorable Gerald.
Thank you for that question. And before I respond to it, please allow me to introduce myself. Good afternoon, colleagues. And I call you colleagues in the context of child justice, because I know we are all players in this. Now, my name is Gerald Gitonga. I am Principal Magistrate. I sit at Milimani Family Court. Milimani Family Court deals with matters family in terms of divorces or dissolution of marriages, in terms of matrimonial property, in terms of protection against domestic violence, and in terms of burial disputes. So anything to do with the family is dealt by the Chief Magistrate's Milimani Family Division, which on appeal is escalated to the High Court Family Division. But I also am here in a different capacity. She just mentioned the Chief Justice, and the Chief Justice has a lot of interest in child justice and child welfare. And she appointed me Deputy Registrar, Children Courts in Kenya, and her vision is to establish exclusive children courts, starting with every county, and then hopefully, budgetary allocations permitting, we shall again cascade them to sub-counties. And that information is very relevant to this conversation we're having today, because it's part of the gaps we are going to identify, as your question leads, in terms of what we have felt we need to do at the judiciary. And thank you for having me here. Now, very quickly, very quickly in terms of the gaps which we feel at the judiciary, and also allow me to say that I also have sat at the Children Court for close to 7 years, so I'm very well versed with the issues we are discussing today. Now, in terms of the gaps that we feel at the courts, remember when you look at the child justice system in terms of the chain, matters originate right from the village. And I was not here in the morning when you were discussing all these issues, but I associate myself with whatever discussions you were having. When we're talking of those harmful practices, in terms of the law, because the judiciary, you must always keep mentioning the law because we are there to enforce it. Now, if you have occasion to look at Section 2 of the Children Act 2022, it has listed a number of what we call child abuses or child abuse conducts. It will talk about the female genital mutilation that you have been discussing. It will talk about forced, that is for the boy, forced circumcision for boys, among others. Of course, early child marriages, all those are captured by the Act as forming part of what we call child abuse. And it therefore follows that if they are captured under the Act, any act to that extent is criminalized. So the first gap we feel, because a number of these cases fall through the cracks, they never get to come to the judicial system or the justice system, is what I would identify as few child protection units at the police stations. Of course, the good practice is to ensure that every police station has a child protection unit. Two things happen. One, you might not have a child protection unit at all in a police station. Number two, you might have police stations that are so far spaced within a county setting that one police station is here, another one is in, let's say, Limuru. What that means is therefore that when a harmful practice, let's say female genital mutilation, is occasioned to a child, the reporting mechanisms are very low. And it may therefore go without being noticed that something like that has happened. Another gap that I think I would pick out would be, of course, in terms of the courts, when these children are brought, we normally open a care and protection file, which now enables the court to give certain orders to ensure the safety of the child. Some of those orders are to commit the child to an institution. And for example, we have few remand homes which limit the ability for committals. So that's another gap. Another gap I can identify very quickly would be few rehabilitation schools. There is also a gap in what I would call few or almost non-existent exclusive children courts. And allow me to mention that in the entirety of the country called Kenya, we only have 2 children courts that we can say are exclusively dealing with the children cases. And that is the Milimani Children Court, and also another court set up in Mombasa called Tononoka Children's Court. Now that tells you a story, because in every other court station in Kenya, you will find a magistrate or a judicial officer dealing with those cases, yes, but they're not dealing with them as the only cases before them. Meaning to say, for example, where the law requires a matter which is touching or dealing with a child in conflict with the law says it must be concluded within 6 months. But I want you to imagine a judicial officer dealing with a commercial case, dealing with a land case, dealing with a divorce petition, who is also dealing with a child issue. And that is why the Honorable the Chief Justice is very keen on establishing a court exclusively dealing with these cases for expeditious trials. Another gap I would identify would be an issue that was, I think, raised by the panelists who are here before us, dealing with the question of human resource. At the judiciary, at the State Department of Child Services or Children Services, and indeed, even where my sister, the officer, the prosecuting counsel from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution come from. Because remember, and I know we always say that a chain is always as strong as its weakest link. Now, when you have few officers doing those children reports, when you have few officers prosecuting those cases, and when you have few judicial officers dealing with those cases, then it means a lot will happen that is not in the best interest of the child. These harmful practices will either go unnoticed, will be poorly investigated, poorly prosecuted, and ultimately the decision of the court is not likely to reflect the protection we are looking for this particular child. The other one I will identify very quickly would be poor collaboration amongst the players in the justice system. Again, touching on the same issue, what does the prosecution do? Does it consult the police? Is the child officer involved? In other words, we need a system where we harmonize the way that system, the judicial system, is working until the final results. And then finally, I will also, and I think this is actually the elephant in the room, because when you look at the totality of the issues I'm raising, it ultimately boils down to the question of budgetary allocation. So I would also say that we have poor budgetary allocation to state agencies dealing with the child justice, right from the State Department, again, for Children Services, to the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions, to the judiciary. In fact, and I pay respect to the supporting agencies that are here, especially the civil society and other non-governmental state actors, because from my experience at the Children's Court for the years I was there, if it were not for support from these agencies, I doubt whether much can be said about child justice. So I think in a nutshell, that is what I can say. And thank you. Probably I'll come at a second biting.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gerald. So my next question is another lawyer. So I think you guys work very closely. You said about reporting mechanism. You said about lack of services. You said about poor collaboration. Okay, and then poor budget allocation. But here it's the collaboration between yourself and ODPP. So what are the challenges? He's already mentioned from the judiciary, Linda. What are some of the challenges that the prosecution faces that result to collapsing of cases? Okay, we hear there was an FGM case, it collapsed. There was a child marriage case, it collapsed. There was a sexual offenses case, it collapsed. What are some of these challenges? And what, especially now talking of collaboration, what would you want to see in terms of interagency collaboration and coordination to ensure that we make your life easy so that you make sure that that case does not collapse and we can get like a prosecution?
Okay. So thank you, Jennifer. My name is Linda Dambiri from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I come from the Children Division, which I head within the office, and someone talked about the different, like police having a gender, I think, department or division. I think for us, it's a step in the right direction because you have targeted interventions within either the National Police Service, within the ODPP, within the judiciary. So as you've heard, in terms of offenses, we have a myriad of offenses from robbery with violence to murder to simple stealing. So sometimes you find children falling within the cracks of either an investigation, of a prosecution, or even adjudication. You know, we take time in adjudication, we take time in our prosecution. So the intervention of having specialized, I would say, divisions or departments within this justice institutions would be a step in the right direction, just to ensure that children are at the forefront. So in terms of harmful cultural practices, for us as prosecution, we are a gatekeeper within the justice system. So we take over from the investigations, we guide also investigations, and also present these cases to court. So that the court expects a certain, in terms of criminal offenses, they expect a certain threshold, even in these cases. So the evidence has to be sufficient So that if I'm taking an FGM case, I'm saying you're the one who cut this particular child. I need to show the court, to demonstrate to the court that it is indeed this person who cut this child. So we're having some challenges, of course, in terms of this prosecution of these cases. Key among them, interference. Interference by family, interference by the community. We've heard that FGM is a social norm. So even, first of all, in terms of reporting, we have, we were asked about the data of prosecution. How many cases, even within your communities, how many of you have managed to report even one case of harmful cultural practice, be it child marriage, be it FGM, be it forced male circumcision? So lack of reporting of these cases for us is a big detriment. Lack of witnesses. Sometimes, especially for nomadic communities, you find that the witness was available this week. If you don't have the child testify or their family testify this week, you'll not find them next week because either they've moved, either the families have taken them to a different, sometimes, especially for border communities, they even take them cross-border. So without the primary witness, who is the child, it would be difficult for us to proceed with these particular matters. Lack of safe houses. I think for most of our communities, even in Nairobi, we have a challenge of if you rescue these children, where are they going to be placed? And even more so for the justice system. If you rescue this child for purposes of them being a witness for you, maybe a week or even 2 weeks, where are you going to place this child? So lack of safe houses where at least this child is able to go through with psychosocial support. So even places where this child can get psychosocial support, where they can even maybe go back to school, is really a big challenge. So that now you find a child is either missing school. If they're in a safe house, they're going to miss school maybe for a month or two before they testify. So those are some of the challenges. Culture, community, I think I can't gainsay that. Resources has been said. Cross-border FGM, where now communities are resorting to traveling far off distances to have the child cut. So when they come back to Kenya, this is a child who is already healed. Of course, we've talked about the community, the stigma that comes with maybe a child even reporting these cases. So the cross-border, and how do we ensure that our borders are not as porous, or that these children are able to report, even if it's a cross-border FGM, or even prevent, that they're even rescued before the cut or even the marriage happens. Knowledge gaps. A lot of these cases come to us as prosecution as sexual offenses. So you'll have majority of the cases that we have in court being defilement cases against done to children, so that it's just a sexual offense. So sometimes we don't go above and beyond as investigators, as prosecutors, in terms of trying to also pull child marriage from this particular data that we have. But I would say that is more so a knowledge gap, so that now do we have capacity building of investigators, of prosecutors, in terms of harmful cultural practices. So in terms of this learning convening, it's a good one, but do we go above and beyond to train our justice sector actors in terms of harmful cultural practices? So in terms of interventions, we have what we call prosecution-guided investigations, so that we're working collaboratively with the police officers as they're conducting investigations. We're able to assist them with elements that they need to investigate so that we can prove in court, which has actually been one of our biggest tool. If you look at our even social media platforms, last week we had a conviction. We secured a conviction in Narok for failing to report aiding and abetting, and also use of premises for purposes of FGM. So it's not all lost. Yes, we are having convictions, but also looking at the penalties that we have, because if you look at the prohibition against FGM, we have 200,000 or not less than 2 years, 3 years imprisonment. If you look at the Children's Act, it's a fine of not less than 500,000 and 3 years imprisonment. So if you're looking at it as a social norm, maybe the conversation would also be, are the penalties sufficient, or we need to make it a bit more stringent for people who practice FGM. We've talked about establishment, and Honorable Gitonga has talked about establishment of specialized divisions. The Children's Court is a game changer, because if you look at data from the Milimani Children's Court, cases are finalized there within 6 months, as opposed to maybe if you look at data from other places where, if you look at the diary, a children's case is next year in July, like the next hearing date is next year in July, and that one you're not very sure it will proceed because the witnesses might not be available, the court might be in a training, the prosecutor might be in a training. So just having these specialized courts, specialized divisions to ensure that the children cases are given priority. Victim-centered approaches. So when you talk about victim-centered prosecution, victim-centered investigation, so in terms of how are we interviewing children. So for us, we've come up with what we call child-friendly interview rooms, where you can even pre-record. You remember the Mwende's story where she had to talk to so many people within the justice chain. So if we are able to pre-record the statement of the child, then she doesn't necessarily have to talk to all these justice actors. I would think is a game changer. So we came up with the child-friendly interview rooms. We can talk more about them. There are about 9 within the country. Of course, policies, prosecution policy, judicial policies. We have the NCJ. All this coming up with policies just are geared towards child-friendly justice. Collaboration with NGOs. We've had, because we've said the data is not a lot in terms of harmful cultural practices. So what we are doing is that we are not waiting as ODPP to get data and statistics from the police, from the community. We are trying to go to the community just to tell them that this is wrong, this is what you look out for, and kindly report when you see a child, when you see a child, going through these harmful cultural practices. If you're seeing your neighbor has married off a child, where do you report? You can report to us, you can report to the police station, but just identification and reporting mechanisms in terms of community engagement on this. We also talk about exhibits and how to safely secure these exhibits. So this has been very collaborative with the National Police Service, so that we know that you have this child. This child is actually an exhibit in itself. What do you look out for in terms of the medical field? What do you look out for in terms of properly, we have documents, how do you safeguard? What do you do with the exhibits? Maybe if it's cutting, what do you do with the exhibits, the knives, the tools, what do you do with them? So we've had a lot of collaboration with the National Police Service in terms of how to secure, safely keep, because it becomes key evidence in these cases, the P3 forms and all that. What do we want, even from the medical practitioners, in terms of how do they fill in the P3 form so that we can get a proper conviction. So these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Yeah, family interference culture is one of the biggest. You want to protect your family. I think that's a big one. And then congratulations, specialized children's centers. Yes, that I think that's, can we give ODPP a hand clap? Because at least Mwende doesn't have to tell that story 7 times. You just need to tell it once, isn't it? And just stopping the re-traumatizing process of telling that story. So my question now goes to Halima, who is also a social worker. And in the case management, I'm a social worker, and I know there's a few social work teachers and social workers in the room. So in the process of Mwende, the neighbors have heard that Mwende is screaming, and they go to report. What are the gaps between Mwende, that report being made, to Mwende getting justice? What are the loopholes? What are the biggest gaps that you have seen as a practitioner, as a CSO, and also as a social worker.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And I'm Halima Sarah Adam, the Child Rights and Safeguarding Influencing Manager from Plan International Kenya, and you had elevated me as an advocate. Huh? How I wish I should be able to pursue law in future. In future can be tomorrow. So I'm not an advocate, but I work in the child protection space and sector. So all the advocates who have spoke ahead of me, I can have an understanding of all the concept that you spoke to. So from me as a CSO and a programmer and a community worker, I'll speak to the challenges that I've interfaced with while working within the child protection programming or sector, and one of the cultural barriers and system that exists within Kenya. And for me now, I will talk about Fatuma and not Mwende. So we have the alternative justice systems that exist within some communities in Kenya, and I'll speak and reference specific community in the north about an alternative justice system that is called Maslaha, where older men who are almost retiring are convening in a space where they discuss child protection issues, including harmful practices, in the absence of that child and the parents of that child. And they define the future of that specific child. And in the north, when you have a discussion and conversation with the community there, the moment a girl child has been profiled to have undergone, for example, defilement, leave alone harmful practice, you'll hardly find any man from that village or that sub-county going to that family to seek a hand in marriage of that particular child when they grow up. So you definitely understand, if a child has been rescued from child early marriage and forced union, will that particular alternative justice system stand to support the decision of that child to walk out of that marriage, or they'll sit and discuss that particular child for her to be reintegrated back to the family? So the alternative justice system is one of the challenges before justice has been achieved for that particular child. And then another systemic barrier that I'll speak to is about the time, the time taken. By the time justice has been, how long does it take for a child protection case to be executed and taken to court? By the time mtoto amepata haki, it can even take 2 to 3 years. And we see these cases in the media, we hear, we refer cases, they're discussed in CUCs. So the question is, how do we work together within the judicial space and all actors within the government to ensure the timelines are put in place to address or handle these issues within court is of a specific short timeline? If all the evidence have been availed, what the ODPP officer has mentioned about evidence preservation. And then another challenge is personal biases. And from the safeguarding perspective, for the technical team who sit here, if you understand what safeguarding is, there is no way I, as Halima, who is born and brought up, for example, in the north, will be posted in a remote area in Garissa or Wajir to go and handle child protection cases. If I am not technically and mentally sound and have uphold my ethical and integrity, for me to separate my personal, cultural, and traditional biases from the real issues that the children in my community are facing, because that is a major challenge. If a chief in a village A, for example, has a family or a whistleblower has reported a CP issue of FGM early marriage to a chief who is also a local, the likelihood of that particular chief to report or escalate that case, without proper training, sensitization of the community on their rights and all that, then that is a particular challenge. And maybe just to finalize on one of the barriers or final barriers that I've identified is the distance between the rural, where a specific case has been, reported, the distance between that particular household to the court. And I can give a good example. Plan works in a remote area called Dukana in Othoro, and for the children officers who are here and directors, they know I live citing that place, where
the transport for you to leave Dukana to Marsabit town, if there's anyone from Marsabit here, the total transport cost one way can be 2,000. And you'll be forced to spend the night in Marsabit for you tomorrow morning to start the journey. And there are no public service vehicles. There are Land Cruisers where when we go to the field, we see even people hanging up juu where the luggages are being placed, and we are all in Kenya. So we honestly need to have honest conversation, ODPP, judiciary, and all actors here, so that we unpack these issues for our children to actually be served and get justice on the issues that they face. And not all, for those who understand the community, there are almost 99.9 girls in that area, specific North Or. There's no girl whom you'll meet has not undergone FGM because they will not, they will not fit in that particular community. And they will always tell you, when you travel there, they will ask you, how is Kenya? Because they know Kenya is this other side of Kenya and not where they stay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Halima. But you've mentioned the challenges, but what is working? What is working well in terms of ensuring that Fatuma in North Hall is getting services? I know your other pets county is tighter.
So what is working well is the community champions. You realize localization. The UNICEF colleague who was seated here, Jackson, mentioned about the strategic approach that almost development organization and humanitarian have adopted towards the adoption of localization. And localization here means giving the local organization who has presence in a particular community, who understand the cultural, traditional dynamics that children face, to actually support that particular community towards addressing those challenges. So localization works, and what I've found that works well is the emerging trend of champions and activists within particular community who can comfortably raise concerns and whistleblow any child protection case, particularly that touches on girls. I'm not leaving out boys, because even in our community, the Muslim society, there have been increased cases of sodomy. You trust a Mahali Mustad with your child for madrasa, and the child ends up to be sodomized. So GBV champions and activists, that works well. And not to forget also, within the country, I must recognize the establishment of the State Department for Children's Services, because that itself has actually elevated children issues within this country. And also what has worked well is the high-level advocacy work that a number of CSOs that the PS acknowledged in the morning, where we've been actively lobbying and knocking doors towards increased budgetary allocation in child protection issues. From meeting Millie Odhiambo Parliamentary Caucus for Children, Treasury, Parliamentary Budget Office, we work in all spaces, because without funding, and yesterday I saw the news bulletin of judiciary raising alarm of the need for judiciary service to be given increased budget allocation. And also what has worked well is the coordination at local level. You realize that as CSOs, in as much as we work in a community setup, you cannot work in the child protection space without coordinating and liaising with the existing government agencies. So coordination, in as much as it's weak, I know previous speakers have mentioned the need to improve in the coordination. When a CSO attends our court user committee sessions, the meetings, they address and discuss some of these issues. So that has worked well. And we need to continue strengthening that collaboration, so that the entire referral pathways and the rescue centers, all actors within community setup work jointly towards responding to any harmful practice. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are honored to have 2 children officers. So one of the key findings in the VAC report 2020 was that why children don't report is 2 things. They do not know they are being abused. And number 2, they do not know where to report. Last week I was listening to a radio show, and there were 2 children, and one of the children said, I don't know who my children officer is. You tell me to go report, I do not know where is that office. Does it even exist? Is there something called children officer in this country? So as children officers, so you are 2 of you. So I need one of you to tell me what are these gaps? Why are children, 1, not knowing they are being abused? 2, don't know where to go report. What are the gaps? Okay, and in the process, and what are those processes?
Thank you. My name is Kenneth Motuma Kenoti. I'm a sub-county children officer in Meru County. I'm not also an advocate, although I have a little background. I stand in row shortly. About 2 years, Gitonga was my classmate. So, Honorable Gitonga, we've known each other for quite a long time. Now, the issue of the gaps as to why children do not report, let me start by saying the gaps start also at the identification stage, whereby we do not have universal access to birth certificates. So that even as we talk about reporting, the person that is reporting, what identifies this person as a child? From my experience in the community, you find people coming to report issues concerning children, but then they do not have birth certificates, which is a very crucial document. And that also means that the child has been denied the right to a named nationality as prescribed by the Kenyan law. And when we try also now taking up this matter, you definitely know that this case may not go very well because 1, if the prosecution is to take up the case, they need to reckon the age of the child. I found a culture whereby so many children will go to court, then an age assessment is ordered. Like last month, we had a case of child marriage. It was reported by the mother because the mother had not approved to that marriage. And according to the mother, the child was 17 years old. But according to everyone else, this is a 19 years old person. And definitely I want to guess the mother knew the age, because there is no way the mother will not know the age of the child. But then there was no birth certificate. There was nothing to tell us the age of the child. And when the case went to court, the court ordered age assessment, and it came out that the person was between 18 and 19 years. And the mother was crying, telling us, is it the doctor that knows the age of the child or me who gave birth to the child? But then what do you do when there are no documents? So I think even as we talk about the gaps, we see where children protection is a multi-agency thing, starting also from registration of birth. Then there are issues of late reporting. Late reporting, for example, in sexual offenses cases, whereby maybe the act was committed last month and the case is now being reported this month. So we've experienced that in the field, issues of late reporting. It can be due to ignorance and also due to poverty. The issue of children really not knowing their children officer may not arise now, because today we have child protection volunteers who are based in the community. Previously they were called volunteer children officers. The State Department for Children's Services has been very vigorous in recruitment and also the training. I think that is maybe the only bit that has not been done very well, the training of our child protection volunteer. Every location in the country today as a child protection volunteer. And where maybe they are not there, they are supposed to be. So I want to believe in future, the issue of children not knowing where to report may decrease, because now with that organ in place, the State Department is reaching out to the children from the location level. We have been having also issues of poor ownership or child protection issues in the country, whereby the moment they realize that you are a child, whatever other concerns that this person reported may not be handled, because they will now simply refer you to the children office. But maybe that place where the child was reporting could have offered services that the child was seeking. But because of that poor ownership of the child, the moment they realize you are a child, they will refer you to the children's office. So there is poor ownership of child protection. And I've also noted issues to do with poor prioritization of child protection, especially in our running institutions. So even when there is a child protection issue, they may not be taken as a serious matter, because, for example, the school is offering education, they are not so much concerned about issues of child protection. So by the time the issues reach the justice system and also at the sub-county children office of the whatever level, it is too late, and maybe even the evidence that could have been preserved is no longer there. And so many of us, the speakers that went ahead of me, have also mentioned that there is poor child participation. You find that it is a case involving the child, but even at the reporting stage, the child is left behind, so that the child is being treated as if they are an object to be taken through the system. But the child needs to be there, right at the center of the whole process, from identification to even the end at the conclusion of the whole process. The approaches that we are implementing to strengthen the case progression, one, at the sub-county level, we have sub-county children advisory committees that bring in all these different actors in the child justice system. It is an attempt to coordinate. Almost everyone has mentioned and coordinated effort. The children's space has so many actors, but everyone has been acting from their own corner, with their own budget, with their own resources. But these resources can be brought together, and it is happening through the coordination structure at the county advisory committees and also at the sub-county advisory committee. The judiciary also at the children court users committees. Unfortunately, children court users committees are not in all court stations. We've been fighting to have them. Recently, at the Meru Law Court, it was launched, and Honorable Gitonga attended the launch. So children advisory CCUs, children court users committees, are there now to coordinate for effective child justice system. There is also a referral system, of course, whereby the different actors come in together to offer different services. And for us, when we are handling a child and we realize it is a difficult issue that may require different agencies, we have what we call the case committees or case conferences, whereby we bring different actors so that without now having to refer the child to so many places, we can have a sitting together and discuss so that we see who is offering what service to the child, who is offering what service to the family, because the child is not in a vacuum. Thank you.
Thank you. Your colleague, I just want you, without repeating the challenges,
yes,
what are some of the things that you have done in your county, practical things that you have done to ensure that children, that there's smooth progression of the case, that Mwende doesn't have to have all these challenges, and to be able to support Mwende in the process? What are some of the things that you've done as the Directorate of Children's Services?
So my name is Nyatigi. I work in West Pokot. I work for the DCS, mimi ni ofisa wa watoto. First of all, I want to appreciate so much the magistrates. When I joined the DCS some time back, the magistrates were unreachable. They were, I remember at one stage we even decided not to go to court because of the way we were being handled. But by and by we are seeing a lot of changes. The magistrates are more warm. They are more approachable. You can go into the offices at will. You can just have a case and walk into the chamber and sit with them down and discuss. So I think that one is a big step in the justice system, because
Makofi kwa majaji wetu, si ndio?
Because when you go to court and the magistrate is not warm, you also feel intimidated. Because nowadays you can even go to court without dressing the way we are supposed to dress. We are supposed to be in a suit, but nowadays they can look the other way and just listen to you in your jacket or in your sweater. So otherwise, I think what we have done, the way you said, we have more collaboration in terms of the CUC. In the CUC, you discuss things as equals. You don't discuss things as one above the other. You do it as equals. You can ask the OCS why they did not do this investigation well. You can ask the ODPP what went wrong with this other case. So I think that talking, that negotiation, that it is more of a discussion. I think that is one. And then also the way we are working, there is more sensitization, especially for the young ones. We make sure that when we go to the radios, when we talk anywhere, I've gone for those barasas with the DCC, and you realize that when you talk to the public and you teach them well, most of them don't have information, but once they are empowered with that information, then they will start knowing that if I'm defiled, these are the steps I must report within 72 hours. Iko issue that we did some time back when I was working in Kehancha. I felt a lot of pain. This girl was defiled. She was taken into the cells then. She was given the PEPs, but then she was not told what were those ones. So she thought it was dawa ya malaria. So the lady, after miezi mitatu, the lady ended up with the HIV, and then she was also expectant. So I think, but as we do it now, we have to sensitize. We talk to them. They know this one is called PEP, and once you take them religiously. You do this, and then you don't hide anything. These boys and girls, the way we were told, in fact, they know more than us. So if you think that yours is more religious, amejificha hapo, huwa naona kwa TikTok the way they behave. So talk to them without blinking an eye. Just call a spade a spade. But if you talk to them like, my girl is still too young, they don't know these things, they know. They know it very well, but it is only you who does not know that they know. But all your neighbors and all the brothers and sisters know that they know. So the sensitization bit to empower the parents so that they know what to do in case, because we have realized that in the rural areas, one day I went to Amatanga and I was with the sub-chief of the area. So he was given a seat, I was not given a seat. So they know him more than they know me. So you have to make sure that you are seen, you expose yourself, you talk to them, you be warm, you in a way that when you are walking in the village, they come to you for you talk. But when you are in your cocoon and you refuse to talk, then some of them may mistake us, because we are born differently. We have some who laugh easily, we have some who don't. We have those who have faces that are very serious. We have those who have faces that are looking good. So, but all in all, it is you who wrote that letter and say that I can work anywhere in Kenya and I can do everything. So there is no excuse. We have to be up to the task. I always love it when I'm moving out of an area, and once they came and asked me, do we go on maandamano because we're being, nikaambia no. I'm just like any other person, ule anaja pia atakuwa tu mzuri. So the only gift that you can give to them is when you do your work diligently. So when we collaborate, the police, the ODPP, hospital, I'm always failing to see this person doing age assessment. You know, this person, sometimes you look for them, they are not seen, because you find something in court that this boy defiled this girl when he was 2 weeks to 18 years. So, and when you look at a person who was 2 weeks to 18 years, he's very old. So you want to ask, who did this? It was age assessment from the hospital. That person from the hospital is faceless. So those are some of the things that you discuss in the CUC. You can demand to see that person who is doing age assessment. You can demand to know how to go about it. But most of it is just the attitude, the way you approach your work. If you do your work well, you don't expect anything much. Do your work in a way that when you are not there, they miss you. But if you don't do your work well, so they will also know that so and so is working so hard, but he's not doing his work or he's not doing her work. So if you have the heart for these young boys and girls, take them like yours. Don't say that we see wangu. Don't behave like it is past 5. I cannot do anything. I'm just going home. No. Once you are in the field, you have to do your work. You work even at night. You work even wakati wa holiday, even during the weekends. So once you do like that, then everything will just be easy. But if you do it in a way that you are being forced to work, it will be very hard on you because of lack of information. So we need to give them a lot of information in the radios. Even when you go to church, just get the 5 minutes. Ambia tu jamaa mwambia, I just need only 5 minutes to talk to them about something. So when you stand, use the 5 minutes well, and then you'll just see things working. Because I think lack of information is what is making us see all these things. But if they have that information, talk about 116. And you tell them that 116, even if your phone is very ugly, just do 116. As long as you know your name, you know where you are, you know, you can speak in a sentence, just dial that 116. We have had the issues with 116 and we have gotten good results out of it. So otherwise I think it's only that.
Can we give that children officer a clap? He said, okay, so when I left law, I went to become a social worker. So, and one of the things that we are taught in social work that you always you do everything in the best interest of the child. That's what we did that before law was law. Best interest of the child is heavily borrowed in social work. And the best interest of the child is not determined if you are sleepy, okay? You have to do it, even if it's at night. If a child is in distress, you need to rescue that child. Thank you so much for your dedication. And I know how West Pokot is, and thank you so much for Meru. So lastly, to a legal friend, so you've had the conversations. You've had from DCS, you've had from judiciary, you have from prosecution. And one of the things that affects people, especially if you're a survivor, okay? How do we hold accountability to enforce approaches that have proven effective? Like, how do we ensure that what these two gentlemen are doing in their counties as children officers are enforceable, okay? How do you ensure that people know, or the churches, he said churches, give me 5 minutes, churches are able to give them opportunity, okay? And to ensure that, and that we fill these gaps, okay? And prevent survivors, from accessing timely and child-friendly justice system, okay? So.
Okay, thank you. My name is Santana Simiyu. I'm a program officer at Equality Now. At Equality now we work to promote the rights of women and girls through using the law. So I'm a lawyer as well. So to answer your question, okay, we have the law, like the prohibition of FGM Act. We have also child marriage is prohibited in the Marriage Act, in the Children's Act. However, it's not producing the impact that we hoped to see. Yes, the law is important, so that's not to say the law is not important. The law is very important because then the survivors have a basis of, claiming their rights. And also we have a basis to hold perpetrators accountable. But then we can't solely rely on the law, because what we are seeing is, like this has been said on and on today, so I don't want to belabor that not many cases are reaching courts. And it's because of the nature of these crimes. They are very deep-rooted in culture. And so apart from relying solely on the criminal justice system, it's important to combine community-based approaches such as sensitization, outreach, and also using the community champions, trusted community champions, because since it's a social norm, there needs to be a shift in those norms, and the law alone cannot do this. And we've seen this work slowly. For example, in Kajiado, there's a champion, even his story was in the nation, but he's no longer with us. He's passed. He's called Mzee Lekaroke. I might be massacring his name, but please forgive me. But he was very vocal about the fact that he refused to cut his girls. He took them to school, and the girls are now successful, and they're supporting him. And so he's living a really good life. So it's very important to have also community-based approaches, combining this with the law. And then also, it's very important to empower the girls themselves. So educate them on their rights, including sexual and reproductive health rights, because this is very important for them to make informed decisions on their own bodies. And this is particularly important for preventing early pregnancies, and also countering misinformation that is given to these girls. Like there was someone earlier who was saying that they're told someone has been cut and that's why they're abroad, I don't know, they're doing well. So there's a lot of misinformation around these harmful practices as well, including even the fact I hear that some are told that they will be cast if they don't undergo FGM, etc. And then also it's important to have safe spaces for reporting, but it's also responsive, not only a place where they can report, but responsive, like action needs to be taken after that. Also, the girls need practical alternatives. Safe houses have been mentioned a lot, because if we expect these girls to report and the perpetrators are their family, do you think it's practical for them to report and then still go back to the same house? It's not. Also, education is very important, so that the girls can, they can understand why these are harmful practices, but also providing prospects for them for the future so that they can break this cycle of poverty, because poverty is a driver of child marriage. And also for them to be empowered economically. Even one of our partners in Kajiado also, they do empower the women through like beadwork, training them on climate smart agriculture. Just related to my point on education, just to break the cycle of poverty, because it's a driver of these harmful practices. And then in the criminal justice system, I also think it's important when the successful, like when it gets to the point of incarceration, it's important that I think courts also order for compensation of the victim. This is provided for in the law. It's in section 175 of the Criminal Procedure Code. So even though it's a criminal case, yes, they can be compensated, because FGM is deeply personal. It's not just a crime, but it affects the survivor long term. There's health effects that are long term, psychological effects. Their reproductive health will be affected. And also just for the mere fact that they've dropped out of school, it's important that they're compensated. And then also another, from a criminal justice perspective, I think it's important to widen the net of the people who are being held accountable. This is already provided for in the law, but I'm just emphasizing that not only the primary offender, who is the person who cut them, but also the people who facilitated, aided and abetting, also those need to be held accountable. So whether, also Linda was talking about it, so whether it's a person who provided the transport or the premises or the tools, it's important that they're held accountable. And finally, I think it's important that we talk more about the successful prosecutions, because it's important for there to be a strong deterrent message that actually the law is being enforced. So I think we need to talk more about those successful ones, because we talk more about how it's hard to, prosecute these crimes and all that. So I think it's also important that it's publicized more about the successful one, just to send a strong message that the law is being enforced.
Thank you so much, Wakili and social workers. We are all social workers and Wakilis on this panel. So I'll start with you. If you were given the power, the money, and what else are you supposed to get? And you're given, if only this one thing that is done is going to improve the justice pathways for children, what will that be?
Okay, for me, I would say, okay, I can't say one. Can I say two?
Yeah, you can, okay.
Okay, I would say strengthening first capacity of the duty bearers. So whether it's training, let's say police, to strengthen the investigations. Like it was mentioned earlier, a lot of cases fall through because of weak investigations, but the crimes themselves are very sophisticated crimes. So I'm not trying to bash the police. The crimes themselves, I know they're very complicated. But then also, apart from strengthening capacity of duty bearers, also supporting the survivors as well. There being shelters, counseling services, etc.
Okay, thank you. Linda? Power, money. What would you do?
For me, I'd have it victim-centered, because I believe that is what would ensure that these victims report. Just having a justice system that it's centered towards victims. So, of course, capacity building of these duty bearers, as Santana has said. I think overall, if I had money, we keep on talking about these harmful cultural practices as social norms. I would say I'd focus also a lot more on prevention, whether it's education, whether it's community sensitizations, just to ensure that people are aware and there are alternatives to these harmful cultural practices, harmful rights and stuff like that. Yeah.
Thank you, Linda. Officer wa Watoto, you had the money and the power.
If I had the money, then the State Department would be a parastatal. Then after that, we'll get all the police. They will have their police, their hospitals, their councillors, their everything will be working in that one parastatal, so that we do everything in one house. Then
one-stop center, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Wakili wa Watoto. Okay, Officer wa Watoto. Officer wa Watoto, mwingine?
Thank you. If I had all the money and all the power, I would go to the communities, because this is where the children are. This is the source of the children. Our being here is because the communities have failed to protect their own children. So I would center all my effort at the community, so that the community takes ownership of child protection. Because I want to believe the moment the community takes ownership of child protection, where every child is safe within the community, anyone can report a child protection concern. Anyone in the community is willing to protect the child, from the bonda guy to the shopkeepers to people who run hotels where children are taken for illicit sex. If everyone is well informed and empowered to protect the child, then I want to believe we would have a safe environment for children, because reporting alone, prosecution alone, imprisoning offenders will not work, because what needs to be done is protection, so that we do not have to have children going through the system. So I would center all my effort at the community, not at protection, not just as prosecution and imprisoning people.
Thank you so much. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Prevention, okay?
Thank you. So if I had power and money in this country, I will whip all our leaders
who come from harmful practice-prone areas, for them to be ambassadors of change, to advocate for, resource allocation, in all these spaces, because they work in offices in this country that we don't have access to, some of us. Some of them can just do a phone call to a specific officer for children matters to be managed and handled in an ethical way. And then 2 is also invest in community legal aid clinics. I was listening to our children officer highlighting that at least now the courts are friendly. My friends, if you talk to the villagers, huko mashinani Christmas ukienda, they fear the village elder and the chiefs. The kind of respect they give to those people. So ask yourself, how will that particular community member face the justice system in court to be questioned and witness and give testimonies of a specific case if they've not been even sensitized on how the court works, how friendly they are, what do they expect. So commissioning community legal aid clinics, and I want to applaud Cradle Foundation. I'm not sure if there's any representative. I saw in course they are doing a good work. They are going to the villages and coming up with legal aid clinics where they sensitize the public about the justice system, the availability of pro bono lawyers, what to expect if you are a witness, how will you be protected, so that our community are able to come out and actually speak out and report these cases. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, if I had the money, you said, and power.
Yes.
For me, I think if you gave me the money, because remember when I started the conversation, I said that budgetary allocations in every state agency which deals with the welfare of the children has been, to be frank with you, at the lowest. And they normally say out there that any nation is judged by the way it treats its most vulnerable members of the society. And I think the Kenyan child has always received the shorter end of the stick. So if you gave me the money, I think I would apply it towards capacitating the various actors, from the children officers to the probation officers who work on those reports that we need in court, to the office of the DPP, to the judiciary, so that at every stage we have agencies that are fully set out to work to succeed, which is not the case. And in fact, if you went to some of the agencies and institutions, you can clearly see on the face of it that these are institutions set up to fail. So for me, I think the bottom line is a question of resources. Then the second bottom line would be enhancing collaboration once you capacitate the agencies. Right from that, and I have been there, I've lived it. Sometimes we make an order that a children officer's report be filed, and because we don't want to, and that's the only thing standing between the court and a determination of a matter before you where a child is involved. But the children officer is spread so thinly in terms of the work they have to do, so that they have to keep coming to court to request for more time. So for me, money and enhanced collaboration, those two.
Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing before we wrap up, capacity building of all state actors, one-stop service provision, community enhancement, and community empowerment to be able to do this, to ensure that children get the services. So ladies and gentlemen, please give my wakili wa watoto na ofisa wa watoto claps, please. And I know all of us are running. Can I give you bad news? Thika Road has traffic, so you can ask 2 questions.
Only. 2 questions only, and I want my ladies there just to be around somewhere, also to give gift to our panelists. Thank you very much. 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The session was very wonderful. I'm Dr. Simiyu from Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and I have one question to the lawyers and advocates. I carried out a research on teenage pregnancy, and I came across a very sad situation in the field where a child was defiled, and I think she was not able to report it on time, and later on she got pregnant. And when they reported, as the case was ongoing, she miscarried the pregnancy. And because we know the criminal justice system works with evidence, now this evidence is gone. How do we support such cases where evidence is not there, but the crime was committed? Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for that candid talk. My question goes this time to ODPP, and it may be because of whatever the nature, even judiciary can touch on that. Are you aware that in some of the remote areas there are no police, female police officers attached to any station over there? Therefore, women and girls are not well catered for, and therefore even handling and also reporting of cases to do with GBV or any issue to do with female child is left unaided. The other thing is, what can happen? I know DCS, I love DCS because we work very closely. Sometimes we like fighting for them because sometimes maybe somebody doesn't want to say the truth because the camera is watching and they might be reprimanded. But the truth is, the department is ill-funded in totality. In that, even when the child, the Fatuma she was talking about, the magistrate calls, the child magistrate calls, I sit in both law and magistrate court, high and whatever, all the courts. So I act like, you know. So sometimes when the reports are asked by the children magistrate, this officer does not have facilitation to go to the field. So they depend on proxies. And therefore, sometimes they bring and they bring a report that obviously treat the child as the offender or juvenile delinquent. And poor deliberation or poor judgment is made through that misrepresentation. When it comes to funding, let's be very candid. AAC also most areas they are not working. That is where you bring what the Meru partner has talked about, bringing all the stakeholders together. It can only happen through the AAC. That is where we used to meet and deliberate on those issues and training and all that. It's not happening because, you know, the funding is very low. So to me, is it that the department, I know the children's sector led by World Vision, we have been having a caucus at the national level, trying to look at the budgetary allocation on the child protection. Halima has been there. We have been there together. And we have seen all these gaps. Is it that the department does not have enough supportive data so that to convince Parliament on the allocation? Because I have never understood why do we have NCCS, why do we have DCS, then after that you have child welfare, then you have, what do you call these people? Street children family, yeah, FGM and FGM, all these are talking about children, therefore the budget goes being cut. Why can it be collapsed together and the department be given that work and budget so that it is able to do the work well and delegate to some department wherever it is possible? Thank you.
Thank you. We have the last one from Madam here, and then we can call it a day, then tomorrow.
Yes, thank you for that opportunity. My name is Penina Donye, account GBV coordinator from the Laikipia account, and I'm also a clinical psychologist. I also, I'm also a member in the program of Child Justice program that is being learned by the judiciary, that they had a children's service month last month. I'm one of the psychologists who are assigned to serve in court, my near court, Nyaururu. And I have a question concerning the teenagers, and especially the teenage pregnancy. Many times we receive cases in the hospital, which are also already reported cases, just because of the community does know the procedure on how to report these cases and where to report. And also they don't know the issues of the law of the court, because we realize that through the experience, we realize that the community doesn't know the law of court on issues of GBV. And that's why maybe they don't think like reporting the cases, and also not trusting the court, because we have an experience of children who have come back after they are reporting to police station. They come in the hospital, we fill the P3, we fill the PRC forms, and then they wait to be caught in court also to say what has happened, but they never get a call. And then with that, they have that mistrust, because they feel like they are being told that kesi itapelekwa kotini, lakini hakuna siku moja itapelekwa huko. But I don't blame the judiciary, because they are along the way, they are duty bearers who work in that process so that the case can be heard in the court. Now, I have a question whereby recently I just worked in one of the facilities that I supervise, and I went into a maternity, and that's where I got a report for the first quarter, that is July, August, and September, and one hospital had delivered over 120 teenage pregnancy. Only 3 cases of these teenage pregnancy reported to police station. So, as a hospital, as a health department, what can we do for these teenage mothers who have already delivered and they need justice, and no one who can be able to, they have delivered, but the cases have never been reported. What can we do to those cases? Because there are so many in our health facilities, and we get stuck somehow where to start. We do our duty in the medical field, but the other part of the justice, we don't know where to start. But we want to assist these children.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And our request is that if we can also answer the questions precisely.
Thank you so much. There's one that is directed to the judiciary directly. Honorable, you go. And then I think there was one for DCS. Yeah? So I think between one of you will do it. Okay.
Yes, I'll go first to the question that was raised about teenage pregnancy tied to the issue of a miscarriage and the lack of evidence that now may frustrate prosecution. Well, of course, and I suspect I'm getting into the province of my sister, the prosecutor. The wish of every prosecutor, I will say that because I used to be one myself, is that when you go to a court of law, you carry with you all the evidence that you consider material to enable you to get a justice. And when I say justice, remember, I'm not saying to get conviction, because a prosecutor should not set out to get a conviction by hook or crook. It should be a question of placing before court all the evidence that relates to a particular case, and then allowing justice to play out. Now, that is not to say that in the case that you've given us, that it would fail primarily on account that there was that miscarriage. There is not much that you can place before court. when you have a case, and I like the way she said that one of the things they do is that they sensitize and educate in terms of the collection of evidence, which ultimately is placed before court. So that one strand of evidence getting lost, like in this case, that aspect of miscarriage should not in itself frustrate you. In fact, courts have always held that the fact of pregnancy is itself not necessarily what you require to, for example, sustain a charge of, let's say, defilement. So I think for purposes of our discussion here, what I would ask that we focus on is trying to collect in the totality of the evidence, right from preservation of the evidence in terms of whether the child was taken to hospital or that girl, now that we are talking of teen pregnancies. But remember, and that's why I'm insisting on the aspect of collaboration really, because remember, when one state agency or state actor in the child justice system drops the ball, then that ball inevitably collapses the entire system. So for me, I think the long and the short of it is that it should not be that because one aspect of the evidence is collapsed, then the entire case is frustrated. I do not want to get into the finer details of the ingredients that you would need to bring evidence about, because remember you are talking of issues to do with the penetration, which may require a different kind of evidence. For example, the medical officer's report and all that. So that we shouldn't feel frustrated just because that aspect was not captured. I'm trying, lawyers are not very good with a few words, by the way, so I'm constraining myself to explain that simple term by so many words. And thank you for the question.
Thank you, Honorable
Maybe as ODPP comes in, we are all learning in this hall. So does DNA apply in that situation so that even if there's a miscarriage, and there's a perpetrator named that was, you know, it was subjected to appear in court, does it apply in such a situation? Thank you.
Thank you. The question that was directed to the State Department.
Sorry, we want her to finish up on the prosecution question.
Yes, so when you look at the offense of defilement, the High Court has given us what to look out for in terms of ingredients. So we just have to prove the age, identification of the perpetrator, and penetration, which can be done through a medical examination. So just the fact that she was pregnant and she lost the pregnancy is not an ingredient for us in terms of us taking a matter forward for charging under the Sexual Offences Act. So we just look at the three. So if there was pregnancy, yes, of course, it would be corroborative. Like if there's a child and there was DNA that, you know, ties now this perpetrator to this particular child, it would be corroboration. So it will just assist. But for us, we have to prove the identification age. So we might have the baby, but age now is said to be 18. Of course, now there we can't charge with defilement. So the DNA aspect is just corroborative. It's not the main ingredient in terms of the offense of defilement. Let me just answer another one question I had about the healthcare professional. If you look at the Children's Act, Section 146, it actually talks about the healthcare. Once a healthcare professional looks or examines a child and finds that this is a child in need of care and protection, so that would be a child who is pregnant, then they shall report. So it's mandatory that this healthcare professional should report to a police station. So most times, the previous Act, 2001, didn't have that requirement, but 2022, it has that requirement under Section 146. You can go and check that the healthcare professional shall report where they've seen there is an element of abuse or a child in need of care and protection.
Thank you. Officer?
Thank you. The question that was directed to us on funding, I am of the opinion that because we have the Secretary Children's Services with us, or one of the senior officers at the end office can answer that, because basically my sister there was talking about lack of funding for us. And since it is us that lack that funding, maybe I would redirect that question to the secretary. Maybe Mr. Mwambi is on phone. Maybe you can answer that.
So can I just answer? I'm not DCS, but one thing that I think we have done over the last 2 years is to advocate to increasing budget allocation for children's services. So the year 2025, 2026, there was an increase of 1 billion Kenya shilling. And last week, we just finalized a whole process, okay? And the budget has been increased from 11 billion to 22 billion. So let's all cross our fingers, toes, and hairs so that the Parliament agrees to, and they agree to give us the 22 billion. I can see Mwambi shaking. Why are we shaking heads?
Thank you, but the MC is still insisting. Tomorrow we must come early, so our answers must be precise. And this is, I think, the last bit of it, and then Jennifer, you wrap it up.
Okay, thanks. I think let us not create a lot of anxiety. So the next financial year, these characters will arrive. Our proposal was 26 billion, but when Mombasa, we were given 12.3 billion. There was only a growth of 92 million. 92, you can see a drop in the ocean. And out of that money, 8.9 was for cash transfer. I think Alim has been a partner in crime. Still, we are pushing for more resources, and we are still playing mweka magoti chini muombe kama ile ya Esther katika Biblia, so that the treasury tuongezee pesa. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. And allow me to wind up on the police posting. So within the National Police Service, we had the Directorate of Gender, Children and Community Policing that was headed by Madam Director Judy Lamet. But you know the new directive from the, Inspector General Eliud, I'm not good in titles, it was separated, children and gender and then community policing. So what we did in Nairobi, because we had a grant that was specifically speaking on safety within communities, we realized National Police Service has an SOP on GBV, and there's a whole chapter that speaks on child protection. So it's about lobbying, advocacy, being in the right places, because they are very passionate. If you present a case, even State Department jointly working with the NPS, you subject a case of number of police stations lacking gender desk officers, then they'll give a directive and they'll be assigned. Because in the entire Nairobi County, we were able to train all the gender desk officers. But the main challenge is on the technical capacity, because they get transferred, you get officers posted, still the same challenge. So there's a clear unit that deals with the police posting on CP issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you want budget allocation, the budget process has just started. So it is up to you to talk to your member of parliament and say, we asked for 26, we are given 12. Can you increase it to 26? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark. Dr. Mark, he told me he's a daktari. Dr. Mark, for the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much, Daktari.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I didn't want the hall to be empty. It could have not been very nice for them. I want them to stand up so that they can receive some gifts here. Thank you very much. And we're looking forward to you coming tomorrow again. We are going to have an engaging forum tomorrow. Madam June, where are you? Very good. For all those who will be having presentations tomorrow, I want you to carry up your hand, because I would want you to consult with Madam June so that we agree on how we are going to organize ourselves tomorrow. We have a carry forward tomorrow, 2 actually, so we really need to ensure that tomorrow we have all the presentations done on time. And then I will also ask that we try to come early. We were thinking about 8:15, but I want to say that we'll start at 8:30. If I give you 15 minutes, will that not be okay? Say yes. Say yes. Thank you. I want now to call Mr. Kabwagi just to give a 1-minute remark as the representative of the secretary. Then we'll have prayers as we consult with June. Then we call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Care. I think on behalf of the State Department for Children's Services and on behalf of the PS, I thank you most sincerely because you have stayed in actively up to this hour. It is not easy. Tunawashukuru sana. But nonetheless, Mr. Care, I would like to say that this forum is asking for the issues dealing with the police and also the issues touching on the issues of children. Remember that there is Section 242 of the Children Act. What does it say? That the AG should start a unit that is solely dealing with the children. And I'm not hearing you guys saying that. So that one should be emphasized in this conference, in this National Learning Convention, and it should sink to all the child justice agencies. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Amen. Thank you very much. And I want to call upon one of us who would want to pray for us. A lady is good with this. Dr. Simi, would you want to do this? Thank you.
Can we all stand? Shall we pray? Our Lord and our Savior, we come before you this evening with our hearts with a heart full of thanksgiving for the gift of, and the opportunity for what we have learned today. We thank you. We honor your presence because you have been with us. You have sustained us throughout the day. We honor your holy name. Lord, all that we have learned, may it be for the honor and glory of your holy name. Our Lord and our Savior, even as we depart this evening, we pray for journey mercies. We pray that may you go with us and may we have a restful night. And tomorrow as we come back, we'll honor your holy name. Bless each and every one of us. Meet us at the point of our needs. Bless each and every family represented here. And I know your presence is here with us. We give you all the honor and we give you all the glory. In Jesus' name I pray, believing and trusting. Amen.
Thank you for those presenting. Please see Madam June. Madam June, please organize that. And I mean carry forward today. For carry forward today, we had the survivor testimony, which was to be moderated by Madam Penina. Then we have also a carry forward for Esther, Madam Esther. Then tomorrow, we are supposed to have a solution show, the case innovative. Then we are supposed to have youth roundtable. Then beyond borders. Then faith, culture, and community leadership. So those are the people that I want to consult with Madam June. Thank you.
My colleague is the one who will be presenting. Okay, so you are aware. Okay, you are aware it is maximum 7 minutes. Okay. So we'll even have a timer. Okay. Yeah. So come prepared. Slides.
Hi, all the planning members. the team that was involved in the planning for this convening, kindly come where I am, or where you can see Professor Mark. Kindly, we are only meeting for a short while.